Ah, Shane, we were just talking behind your back about you.
Well, I'm glad you were. My ears were burning. And Mary Ann sent me the message. I just jumped back in from lunch, and so right on time.
And I probably asked this the other day, but where are you guys located?
Salt Lake.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I was trying to remember. I'm gonna write
Are
that
you in
down.
Salt Lake yourself?
Yeah, well, Riverton. I'm working at it from home, but yeah, I'm in the valley. Master Control is in Salt Lake.
Yeah, we were just there, where a couple of us were there. Mike and Braden, myself got to see the your headquarters. Very, very nice place.
It is. It's a nice building. Did they take you the tour and show you all the different little kitchens and how, there's the M&M floor and the the
Well,
cereal bar
I
and that
did
stuff?
not get the tour of the M&M floor, which I'm going to demand an M&M tour next
Hmm.
time I'm there.
That's
Just
right.
saying. I'm a little disappointed that I didn't
Yeah.
get that. I'm going to have a talk with Tanner.
Does somebody not like you guys? I mean, and
Clearly.
also because they scheduled a 4-hour training on a Friday afternoon. Is someone upset with you guys? I feel like they're punishing you.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
well,
my thought. They we had a Randy, they had a meeting scheduled, a configuration or something meeting scheduled for this morning,
Hmm.
and then they wanted to do this training in the morning. I said, it's okay, we can do both. We'll live with it. And then they canceled the other morning meeting, so and didn't move this to Friday morning. So that's what I'm thinking too.
Well, shoot. Yeah.
Sorry that you do 4-hour training sessions this late on a Friday often?
Uh, no.
Okay, so
I
what's
mean, I
going
don't
on
mind
here?
doing it. It's not like I had other plans or anything.
All right,
let's
so
So
maybe
see.
we are being treated
Okay.
differently.
that's right.
Um, if you don't mind, Randy, I my link to the Thatcher Dev is not working. What link should I follow to get in and follow along?
Use this one. So this is my site, right? And you'll have access to this one for a while, but at some point in the future, every once in a while we just kind of wipe these sites clean because they do get a lot of customer, related stuff in them, and so we just like completely wipe it out. And so, at some point in the future, if you ever tried to log into this, you'd be like, I can't get in, and we're like, yeah, sorry. So
All right, I have it up. What I don't have, let's see, user ID is S Hickson,
yes,
and
and then just everybody's password one. So, which also, I probably told you this before, but keep in mind this is a public site, so don't upload anything that you're even mildly concerned that someone else might see, because yeah, we it's pretty wide open. I've given you lots of rights within this, and so you'll see where other people have built things, and if you really wanted to look at them, you could.
well, I'm in, so I appreciate that. And
Okay. Yeah, in fact, if you did want to experiment a little more, I could even give you greater rights within this system. But once you get your data into your tested dev site, this site becomes not very helpful to you because you'll want to start doing your experimenting and testing all that with your own data. That's when it makes the most sense. So, but yeah, as far as what we're doing today, I'm just going to give you kind of the rundown on what a configuration looks like. Um, the way this is scheduled, so they gave us 4 hours to talk about the documents module and the training module. Now, typically when I do a really in-depth training, I get 6 hours just to do documents and 6 hours just to do training. So I've got to now condense 12 hours into 4. So I'm going to kind of move fast. I'm not going to talk about every single detail in it. Often we go through and we're like, this checkbox is that, and this one does that, and, go through all the items. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to hit the big ones, what I think are going to be the ones most helpful
So
to you.
so again, Randy, are I guess I'm being serious this time. Are we being treated differently? Why are they setting up our training different from what they've seen has been a successful approach to other customers that they've onboarded in the past? Is that a question, Kayla?
Well, yes, she will have the actual answer for you. I can kind of speculate on that. And I suspect that part of that is because you have Marianne, where she's been a user of Master Control for a long time. That means you've got a huge head start there. And so maybe also the other thing it could have been is in your sales package, maybe that's just one of the choices they made was based on what you bought. This is the amount of hours you're given for education. And so we've got to, kind of fit the whatever hole they tell us we have to fit into. That's where we go.
Okay.
Kind of thing. But yeah, I don't feel like you're getting shortchanged. You were, like I say, we're just gonna kind of have to move faster than others. But you do
Okay.
have such a a big strength going forward with Marianne that yeah, I don't think you're in a bad spot or anything like that.
Okay. Cover as much as you can, because I would
Yeah.
like for Mike and Braden and Shane to learn about the system so that they can make choices moving forward. That's going to be imperative for them to know how the system works and what choices they have, and to see everything, even if that
Yeah.
means that we have to have another one of these sessions.
Yeah, and that's an option later too if we need to expand. I don't think it's a big deal to get more time, but I'm going to show you, well, I'll go through and build a document configuration. It's going to be, fairly simplistic, right? I'm going to show you one document type and build it out, but we'll talk about how this can be applied to, other document types, and we'll cover, I think we'll get you all the appropriate material here today. But again, if there's ever anything that comes up, I mean, you're going to have a configuration consultant. So if you run into something, you're like, well, Randy didn't tell us about that. You've definitely got backup. Plus the fact that you can always email me. You're welcome to contact me at any time. It's not like I get, we don't shut the door on you just because if you're not working with me anymore, you will always have access to me. So you're welcome to do that. But everything we're going to do today, it's going to build on what we did the other day when we just kind of walked through that. In fact, I've got a collaboration step right here. So maybe just the briefest recap as far as what we did the other day. So now I'm into this collaboration workspace here, and this is where we went through that process of where you click edit, it will open in Word, which on my computer means it's going to open on another screen. Marianne and I were just having this conversation about how we love having extra screens. Okay, and here's my document. You can see this is standard Word functionality here. It's track changes are turned on, so you can see exactly what I did. We can have multiple people involved in this edit or collaboration phase of it. But really, every time we make a change to it, let's just do something simple here. I'll make the font bigger. Close and save that. That sends it, when you click save, it sends it back to the master control server. So once I refresh here, then it's going to show up down here as, yep. So Randy made a new update at 1:11 p.m. on the 14th of June. And I suspect I'm the only person in this.
I'm just a second and really, and this is just a review of what we did last time, but
correct.
Like in this same space, I don't have the apple pie. Mine is beef stew.
All right. Well, the expectation is that you now have to make it and share with us.
Yeah, there you go.
So just so you know, I should have, I hold that fact back until it's too late. Now you have to do it. But yeah, so, but same thing, right? Same concept here. You can go through and make as many edits as you want. And now
Yeah, I
all
mean,
of
one
this is
thing,
rights
so
based.
we're not, are we not looking in the same kind of system, like the collaboration system? Am I looking at a different login than you are? Because one thing I was asking is like, how do I get to that pie that how to make apple pie form that you're looking at?
Well, for one, I can add you to this. Let me show you that.
Yeah, let's see that.
But yeah, so let me back up a step here. Let's talk about this. So I've got how to make apple pie here. When you log into master control, first thing it's doing is checking what can you see and what can you do. And one of the rights or abilities that I have is I can edit documents. I can be a part of this collaboration. So when I click on this, it means someone, in this case, I was the one who started this process. I, made revision 3 of the how to make apple pie. This is the form, actually. I started revision 3. And usually when that happens, the assumption is when you start a new document down that revision path, you're probably going to add some other people to work on it with you, which is what I'll do here. I just clicked that button called the modify step, which is nothing more than master control's terminology for you're making a manual change to who is performing this. So I'm going to add you as a collaborator here. Anybody else want to be added to this? Otherwise, I'll just add Shane.
You can add me to it.
All right, Braden. You asked for it. Now, also, there's no expectation that you guys actually do anything on this, but I'll certainly add you. Okay, add the two of you, and when I click save, that's when it finally commits it to the system. So in the real world, what would have happened was it sends you an email that you need to go work on this task. You're not going to get an email from this system. We've got emails completely disabled. Otherwise, you'd get spammed from this site for quite a while, and I don't want that. But I'll point out down here under the members area. So
I refreshed and I see it now, so that worked.
okay,
Just
yeah. So when you get into this, and go ahead and click that pencil icon. And when you do that, let me know when you've done that, and I'll refresh my screen and show you what it looks like for me while you're working on it.
Yeah, Shane's in it, so I can't get in.
oh,
Okay, yeah, and that's where I was going with it. Once you're in there, when I try to edit, well, first oh, maybe you're done with it already, and so it's gonna let me.
It's not allowing me to, I'm hitting the enable edit button in the Word. It says protective view, enable edit. Maybe it's just like a,
maybe it's because I have it open. So when I clicked edit, it actually locked it to me. So until I click refresh up here, notice it's showing, so I can still view the changes, the uploads to it. This is assuming that I locked it intentionally, and now what I want to do is like a manual upload instead of doing that cloud collaboration where you make your changes in Word and you just click save and it automatically saves back to the server. This assumes you've kind of broken that cloud collaboration scenario. You've saved the document to your desktop and now you want to upload it manually, which I'm not going to do. I'm just going to click that unlock button. And that should allow you guys to get in there and make edits to it. Whoever does it first.
Real quick,
Okay.
Randy, what is the I in actions that has that little asterisk? What does that mean?
This over here. So this is part of the change request on it. So I'll click on that and open it up where it's just asking me, why are you doing this essentially? What are your reasons for making this change? And give a description of them. So I might say something like update to section 7.2. I don't, of course, this is my food document. I don't even know if there is a section 7.2, but why are you changing this? We got new equipment. It's going to affect this section of the document. We had a change of policy, whatever it is. And then, So I'll just say, you know, new, or maybe procedure improvement, something like that. I mean, that's usually you'd want to be a little more descriptive than this, but that'll work. And now once I've got something into these two required fields, you'll see that red asterisk disappear. And something interesting is going on here. I'm still convinced this is a bug, but it may have been you guys that pointed this out to me, because if I go over here to this eyeball icon and click view files, I think it's still showing me all those red lines, the track changes. Yeah. And what it should be doing is it should have been maintaining the original unaltered file before I made any changes at all. That's what it should be showing me. And so I actually hit up one of my tech support buddies about this yesterday, but I haven't heard back from her yet. So I'm still convinced that's a bug and it's not supposed to be doing that. So if you're curious what that is, because we could go through and go through this red line process. Like now, notice I can see where Shane has made an upload to this.
Did I make an upload or did I just view it? Because I tried to, okay. I switched it back to 16, the font back to 16, but I couldn't tell that I had actually saved it. When I hit save, it said saving is blocked by another user. Is that like, does it just automatically upload like sync all the time and that's what the save is? Or do we have to save it, you know, like manually?
No, when you close Word and if it recognizes that you made a change, it will try to send it back to the server automatically. You don't need to, you know, try to manually force that or anything. So that's why it recognized that. I'm not sure what the error message was about, because I mean, I can see it. Oh, I do too know what that's about. I just haven't seen it for so long, I forgot. Let me show you this. So this is just the meeting invitation that was sent, but there's a link on here that says Word settings. And of course, on my computer, it opened on another screen, but it's just a PDF. But what's going on in here is you need to go into that Trust Center into Word and make a couple of changes in here, just so then it'll stop giving you that error message. But what you're allowing Word to do is automatically communicate with that server. It recognized you were doing something over the internet, and of course that's sketchy, right? In theory.
Potentially, yeah.
And so so it's like, no, that seems like a bad idea. I'm not going to let you do that, but even though it did it anyway. But yeah, if you want, we could go through those settings together right now. Or, you know, but like I said, you've got that link. So if you want to go through those later at another time, you can. This is really the only place you're going to see it is in collaboration. All right. Oh, let me get those items off the screen here. All right, but the assumption is I'm the leader here, and so you guys, I'm expecting you as my subject matter experts to upload, make some changes to the document, put those uploads in there, and then I, as the leader, I have to make a decision at one point. Usually the leader is the first one in. They turn on track changes, do whatever edits they think are necessary, and then they just wait until all the other collaborators have done their part. But at some point, I've got to make a decision here. Like, have we gathered enough information? Has it been enough time? So as the leader, you can sign off at any point, and that's just you saying I've done something, really nothing else. But when the leader signs off, that means we're done with collaboration and we're ready to go for approval. So the leader, first one in and the last one out. And usually the last thing I'm going to do is open up Word and go in and either accept or reject all those track changes. typically make it a finished, ready for approval document, which I'm not even going to change anything. I'll just close it. But I'll say we've done enough. We're ready for this thing to get approved. And it's going to ask me when I come up here to the rubber stamp icon and say, yeah, I'm ready to move on. The first thing it's going to do is recognize that there has been a few uploads here. And so it's going to ask me, do you want to take that last upload that was made and stick it in over here as the main file? And that's the one that's actually getting approved. All these others, they'll stay there until the process is complete, but they're not, it's only going to be this one that Braden uploaded. That's going to be the one that actually makes it to the approval step. Unless, of course, I upload another one after that, which is what I should have done as the leader, but I'm just going to accept it. I'm going to say sign off. Here's where it's asking me. It says, hey, I recognize that you've made some changes. Do you want me to take that last red line and make it the main file? Which I'll say yes. I'm going to say replace the old main file with this new one. Cancel is do nothing. Discard is, I guess you change your mind and you don't want to do that. I'm not sure why you would ever do that, but certainly can. I'll put in my electronic signature and sign off with a status of end collaboration. That ends it for all of us. And when it does, so there's the, saying you completed it. Now in the real world, this would have gone to someone else for approval, but here in my training environment where I can do anything I want, notice it came right back to me. Here it is, but now it's on the approval step of the workflow to get this document approved. So now we'll pretend I'm like a manager, director, somebody like that, and I just need to look at the document. And if I waited a few minutes, there would actually be a PDF copy of this for me to view. But it takes, I don't know, it usually takes about 5 minutes for those to publish. So it hasn't shown up yet. But the intent is I just view the document, whether that's by viewing the main file, which is what I'm going to do here. So here it comes, downloads. But when I view it in Word, notice I didn't turn off the track changes or anything like that. So I still see all of that. If I had viewed it as a PDF, track changes would have been invisible. But the idea is, as the approver, I just need to view it, make a decision. Is this acceptable? At which point I'll say continue, put in my electronic signature, and I can either approve it. Yes, I accept everything that's gone. We're ready to start, making apple pies now. Or I could reject it back for further collaboration. And remember, master control is very strict about that. If you need to make a change, regardless of how great or small, you must reject it back to be able to edit again. Because even though I looked at the Word file, there was no place where it asked me to upload that. I could have made as many changes as I wanted on there, but it wouldn't let me upload those changes. But I'm going to say approved, and I will also say an effective date of today, which I could, I could set it into the future if we. How do you guys do your training? Do you train on like release documents, or do you train when they've been approved, but they're still technically in draft?
Marianne, how have we done that in the past when it comes from like intellects and
Depends.
SOPs?
Yeah, it depends on the group. Industrial generally creates a separate document where they complete the training and we don't change out or close out the CR packet until that's been done. With pharma, they have set regimented training and the training is launched within the next few weeks. So it goes on a training cycle. And Mike, if you want to elaborate on that answer, then.
Well, Randy, we can do both. In our change control process, somebody can decide, do they want to do training before we finalize the change control and put the new version live? Or do you want that training to be done the next time, in the next training cycle? So we have those options.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and master control can be flexible about that too. So if you, like at the genetics lab where I worked, once the document was approved, it immediately went to release, and that's when we started training. But I know some in manufacturing scenarios, like ISO people especially, they like to do like, no, it gets approved, but it stays in draft while training is happening, and then it finally becomes effective, at a later date, or when training's done, or a certain percentage is reached, something like that. So you do have those options if you want. I'm just not showing that here. I'm just saying, make it effective today. I will sign
Right, I
off.
think we would update that process and configuration.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. And here's somebody else's how to make apple pies. Oh, that's a training step though, which I'll show you here later here. Once we get to training, this will come into play then. But that's kind of the setup. So we can go through that process of writing documents, and it's very similar, whether it's a new document or a revision. It's kind of the same thing but you've got that time where you can edit, make changes and updates, and then you go into approval. And
So
once
Randy,
it's
what does it look
finally
like
done.
now? If you go back to that document, it shows a new rev number, and it shows.
Well, so we were working on Rev 3. Let me do a search for it here. So I just went down to the documents hub down here, and I'll say search. Well, I know it was released today, so it's probably the only one that's been released today. Yeah, there it is. I couldn't remember the number, but I knew it happened today. And let's take a look at the info card where it captured all the information about what was going on. So it's showing it's in a status of release now. It's no longer draft, but I can see when that happened. Right. So it was created the other day, or yesterday, got released today. And in the way I did it, when I said make today, not only is it the day it gets released or approved, it's also the day it became effective. That's why I was asking that question about training, because it could have been that I said, well, we approve it today, but it doesn't become effective until, 2 weeks in the future or something like that.
And if we want to view the file itself, you said we have to wait for it to publish as PDF?
No, I do. Well, this is rights-based. So depending on your rights, and all of us have tons of rights, so we can see that native file if we want to. We can download it here. But most of your users and like trainees, they typically can only see the PDF that gets published on it.
Okay. So when you finalized it, did it accept all of the red line edits and all the markups were cleared out, or are they still in there?
No, they're still in there. Remember, I told you I should have, as the leader, I probably should have gone through and accepted and rejected all those. And I said, I'm just going to go
Okay.
with it as it is. So.
But you're saying that when it publishes a PDF, it's going to turn markups off and
Correct.
publish it that way. Okay.
Yeah. In fact, let me see if I can manually force that publishing process to happen a little faster here, so I can show you what that looks like. So I'm going to go to the publishing queue in master control, which is here under portal and down here under PDF publishing. So there, it looks like hasn't started yet, but it's there in the queue. I'll just try to ramrod it through here. So it's going. That one's never going to publish. It's going to error out, so I'm just going to delete it. Typically, you don't publish courses. I think somebody's been messing around with publishing settings in here, so just get rid of that one. I have no idea what that document is. There's another one I can delete. Maybe that'll speed up the process. I mean, I could click on it. Let's find out what that document is. I don't have rights to it. Oh, maybe I do. Nope, I don't. So it's in a vault somewhere that my user account does not have rights to see. So that's where it, yeah, it said, no, yeah, you can see that it's in the publishing queue, but you can't actually view the document.
But I mean, its date is May 23rd, and it's. I mean,
Yeah,
is it
it's
a
been there a
bug that's
while.
preventing it from publishing, or is that something that we'll find that sometimes it takes days and weeks to publish?
Well, that potentially could happen. Probably what this document is something that's completely incapable of publishing. Like they've uploaded, if it's a training record, there's nothing for it to publish. But if they've, kind of manually forced that in there. But like, for example, with this document, it's just a Microsoft Word file, but it did have a picture on it. It's fairly small. But this used to happen to me quite a bit as a system administrator, where my document authors, they'd put pictures in their documents, and sometimes they were huge, like way outside the printable margins. And that's one of the things that will sometimes cause these publishing errors. And I'm going to delete that one too. But oh, see, so now once I refresh the screen, notice it's gone. So I think it did successfully publish my document here. Let's find out.
Quick question for you. I saw that there was a refresh button on the
Up in the toolbar.
yeah. Should you use that instead of the refresh that's up on the browser, or does it work the same?
No, that one will just refresh the view we're looking at there, whereas this one will. I've actually hit this reload button before, and it took me all the way back to my master control page. So I don't always
Similar
get
to like the back button.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw that before too, didn't we? Okay, I did that search. Okay, now what I'll point out to you is over here under this actions column. See, this will download the native file, but here's the PDF. And if I click on that one, it's going to open up right here in a browser tab. And yeah, see, no red lines are visible here in the PDF. And it looks like I don't know exactly how big that font is, but it looks like it accepted all those changes. It's just not showing those to us. Because I know some customers prefer it that way. They never turn off track changes because they know their end users only ever view it as a PDF, and that was an easy way for them to keep all of the like the history, the revision history of it was by keeping those track changes in there. I'm not a huge fan of that personally, but it works. I know you can do it that way. I don't know, maybe that just speaks to my own kind of obsessive compulsiveness in there, where I don't like having those track changes left on like that. But yeah, you can see how it will not show that as part of the PDF, but they are. If I I think I've got this saved to my desktop here. Well, I'll just click it. Downloads a new copy. But Word knows that they are there. But I mean, technically, this is all metadata too. So that's why the PDF doesn't pick it up.
So if you had turned off the track changes before you did your stamp of approval and published it, would the version just before that still had the track changes still be visible to us? Or are all those draft versions during collaboration lost?
It depends on a setting a decision you get to make in your configuration. Okay. Once we get to the workflow, when we build a workflow, that'll be one of the questions it asks is, do you want to shred all those red lines when the approval happens? In fact, that's the way we did it at the genetics lab. We didn't want to keep every single iteration of the document. We only kept the last one that made it to approval. So we said shred the red lines, but you could keep them if you want. All right. Any more questions on that before I'm going to launch into configuration otherwise. Are you guys, any more questions before I do that? And you're always welcome to interject with questions at any point anyway. So if you think of something else, let me know. But all of that was kind of a setup for how did the system know how to handle this, how to do all this? Like, how did it know which number to put on it and where to hold it? What was the security around it? Because you saw I clicked on that one document from publishing and it said access denied, you don't have rights. How did it know to do that? Well, that's all part of our configuration. And let me show you a little graphic here. So what I'm going to do is go through the process of setting up it's going to be a full document configuration. It's going to be simplistic in the sense that I'm going to set it up for one type of document and that's it. But these are the steps that we'll go through to build that configuration. I'm not going to hit these last two. I'm going to claim that those are out of scope for what we're talking about today. And also they're both optional. But I'm going to go through this process where I build what is called an info card type. Let me back up for a second and talk about info cards here. Bring up that graphic here. So here's an info card. And we looked at this a second ago, right? But it's got a field on there for document number. Which revision is it? What's the title? And then where is it? Vault, that's how we enforce the rules, the security rules around it. But it's saying what kind of document is it? And a few other things here like, author and owner and approval dates. It's capturing all this information about the document. The document itself is stored right here. So that's just a docx file. And notice that one was published already. It's got that little PDF icon right there. But the info card is just master control's container. It doesn't care what the record is. It could be like in this case, where it's a Microsoft Word file, it could be a training record. It could be a kappa deviation. Master control uses an info card to store all of those records. So that's why I say it's just a container. What I'm going to do in configuration is I'm going to say, I've got a document type. And by type, I mean, like you've got a group of documents that have similar aspects to them. And usually you call them things like policies or SOPs or, specifications. There's many different document types. Well, I'm going to use a tool in master control just called info card types. Info card's the container. When I say the type, it's, we make a small change to it just so you can easily tell the difference of the info card type that holds training records versus the type that holds documents. And further, we can add some extra detail around it, like enforce some rules about how does it get numbered? Who is it that's supposed to be approving these kinds of documents? And that's what I want to show you. I'm going to build an info card type. And also I'm going to subdivide it. I'm going to make a subtype. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to say I've got a bunch of SOPs and I need a place to store them in master control. So I'll create this info card type to hold them. And then I'll further break it down. I'll say, okay, I've got a lot of SOPs. Some are relevant to Department A and others B and C and so on. And that's what the subtype will be. Say I've got an SOP, but it's relevant to engineering. And another SOP that's relevant to maintenance, something like that. But that's what info card types allow us to do, is say I've got a group of similar records and also build some automation, tell the system how to handle them specifically. Bring up one more little graphic here for you. I'll zoom in on this one a little bit. So this info card type, not only does it allow us to say I've got some different kinds of documents, but it's also going to allow us to build in some automation for it, where master control can automatically stamp a specific style of numbering on it, and it knows what is the initial revision. Just out of curiosity, when you guys make a brand new document, what does it start at? Is it like revision 0? Is it A? Is it revision 1? What would be the initial for you guys?
0, 0.
0, 0? Okay. That's actually the way I kind of prefer it. But you know, I feel like the one I see the most often is it starts at 0, 1. But yeah, at the genetics lab, we actually had this fairly heated conversation once about, it was like, no, the initial is 0, 0. And then the first time you go through the process of revising, then it's 0, 1. Like, the system doesn't care. Master control couldn't care less as far as how you do it. It'll just enforce the rules that you set around it. But we'll say we've got, you know, a kind or a type of document, and then we can add in all these extra details to help us manage it in a way and build some automation. All of that's in there with the ultimate goal of being able to just punch out an info card, what we just saw, this right here, but it'll automatically put a specific type of number on there. Like we can format it to look the way we want, and it'll know whether to start, well, to start at 0, 0 in your case. But that's what I'm going to walk through with you in this configuration. I'm going to build an info card type, and then I'll break it down by subtype. Then I've got to tell the system how to handle the security. That's what the lifecycle involved is. Once I've built some security around it, I have to tell the system, okay, who can get through the security? I guess vault, kind of like TSA, right? Who are we going to let through? Well, that we do with something called roles. And within roles, we can say, that'll be a group of people that all have similar rights. And so we can say they have rights or ability to see these vaults, these records or documents. Then I'll show you how you can set up numbering in master control. And also on these info cards, right? These fields that you can see in this screenshot right here, these are all standard for every info card in master control. But notice that, like, there's not one on here that says product or department, or I'm sure there's lots of other things that you guys want to capture some detail about when you load a document into master control and be able to search for, you know, show me everything that's relevant to product A. How do you do that? Well, master control uses custom fields. It's a field that you can define what it is. Is it a drop-down list? Is it a text box? And then, you know, if it is like a drop-down list, what are the values that appear in it? In fact, when we do that, I'm going to make up like a product list. So I'll say every time a new document is created, one of the things I will require of my users is that they say what product is it relevant to, or I could, you know, another example could be like what department is it relevant to, or custom fields can be used for anything you want. I mean, it's literally we often refer to it as the anything else category. Whatever you want to capture about that document, this is going to be your friend to do that. And then finally, I'll show you how to build a workflow. We're saving all these documents. It'd be great if we could get them approved, right? Well, that's what the workflow provides, is a standardized and repeatable process where you say, you know, for this kind of document, it always needs to go through this approval process. And you can even set it up so that it knows, okay, for, you know, maintenance documents, they need to be approved by the maintenance manager or director or whoever it is. So we can load that in automatically and do it in a way that our end users, they can't get it wrong. They can't mess it up just because they're uncertain. We can really fine tune it and program it so that it's all automated. In fact, this packet, is called a packet type. It works in conjunction with the workflow. These two things are, well, I think of the workflow as like the path or the roadway to go somewhere to approval. Packet type would be like the vehicle traveling along those roadways. And then the passenger or the cargo, that would be the individual info card or the document. I'm often going to use those two terms synonymously, info card and document. All right, but how do I build all those things? Because I got to go through all these steps. Let's start up here. Now I'm going to run into a little bit of a chicken and egg scenario. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Like I could decide I could go set up my numbering before I do these other two things. There's no like magic way to do it. But I'm going to start up here at info card types because logically I think this is what makes the most sense, where I say I've got a group of documents. What is the security? And then who has rights to those security? And then, then I'll set up the numbering. But one of the things that's going to happen as I build my info card type, it's going to ask me all these questions where it's going to say, well, what lifecycle am I using? And what numbering am I using? And what are the custom fields? And I don't know yet. I haven't built them. So we'll have a lot of empty blanks. Is that redundant? A lot of empty spaces as we build the info card type. But then we're going to build these other pieces and kind of fill in those blanks later. But I'll show you how to do that. So I'm here on this portal area in master control, and I'm going to do a whole bunch of work here under configuration. So some of these terms should now at least look familiar, even if you're not totally comfortable with what they are. So I've got vaults, life cycles. Here's that info card types, and that's where I'm going to start. So I'll click on that one. And in this system, I've got well over 600 different info card types. I'm not going to use any existing ones. I'm going to build a brand new one. So up there in the toolbar, I just clicked on that plus icon indicating that I'm building a new one. And I have to give it a name, just something so that my people, a human brain, can probably tell what it is based on the name. So and I mentioned I'm going to use the example of SOPs. That's a pretty common one. I feel like every company has SOPs. But so if I set this up, I want to capture all of my SOPs. Just give it a name like that, SOPs. One of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to prefix it with my initials and also today's date, because I build a lot of these, and this is how I can easily tell which one I'm working on. I know it's going to have my initials and today's date on it. In fact, if you did a search in here for my initials, there's going to be like 20 different examples of building SOPs. So if you want to think of this as like the corporate prefix, in fact, I'll go back to my go-to, the genetics lab. Our SOPs looked like this, or rather the info card type looked like this. Had MGL, Myriad Genetic Laboratories, and then, well, we chose to use a space rather than a dash, but it was MGL SOPs. That's just what we named it, right? And they wanted that corporate prefix out there. There's nothing magical about that. It's just, like I say, it's just whatever's easiest for you. And I'm going to go back to my initials and today's date, but I'm going to say this type is for SOPs. In fact, down here in the description, I'm even going to spell it out. Standard operating procedures. Also, I don't really need that in the description. Notice it's not a required field. Mostly I'm typing that in there because I want to illustrate a point later, and that will help me do it. But this is the part that really matters, and of course it's a required field. You have to give it a name, but just in your naming, try to make it obvious what it's doing and also be consistent about how you do it. As I build these pieces, you're going to see me put my initials and the date and that hyphen or dash in there in front of everything, just so I can easily find it. Oh, remember I told you about that either chicken or egg, whatever it is. It's asking me to, what custom fields do we want to use with this new info card type we're building? So I could use some existing ones. Well, I'm going to say that none of these are relevant to what I'm doing, so I'm just going to ignore them. But later, after we build our custom fields, I'm going to say, not only do I want to have them show up on the info card, I want them to be required. And so they're going to be, yeah, it's a required field at that point. But yeah, until we build that, can't add it. But let's say there was one in here. In fact, I think there is. If I go to, there's one called department. Maybe I'll put that on here as an optional just to demonstrate that point, but I don't really need this one. That's why I'm going to put it in there as optional. Normally with custom fields, I always make them required, because if it is optional, your users will, at least the case for me was, my end users would just ignore it. They wouldn't put it in there because it was optional. So when I build custom fields, it's like 99.9% of the time, I'm going to make them required. But just to illustrate what I could do, I'm going to add that department field here. Okay, scrolling down. I'm not going to add anything to this field here that just says info card. Also, I feel like that's the worst label I've ever seen. What it should say is this field is for setting up a template in master control. By template, I mean you've probably got, for writing your own SOPs or policies or whatever your documents are, I'm sure you've got some Word templates in there somewhere where you've got, your corporate logo at the top and a little space to fill in the document number and things like that. That's what this would allow you to do. If we load those templates into master control, if I were to put it into this field, master control would automatically just push that template out every time I created a new document. Well, when I showed you this, where is it? This screen right here, and I said, these bottom two items, organizers and document templates, are out of scope for what we're talking about today. Well, later we'll have another session and we'll talk about both of those, and I'll show you how you can load those templates into master control and how you could put them right there if you wanted to. But yeah, the idea is it will just send the template to your document authors right from the start. Okay, in just a second, we're going to build a life cycle, but until we do, it's not going to be visible in this list, and I don't want to use any of the existing ones, so I'm going to ignore that for now. Here's a couple other fields I'm going to ignore for the moment. But what these two are asking is, whenever you create a new SOP of this type, master control's default action is just to put whoever created it. Let's say I'm the one creating a new document. It lists my name as the author and the owner of that document. That's the default activity. If I enable these actions, then I can say, you know what, I don't want me listed as the owner. Maybe I want to assign that to someone else. Or even better, if I assign that to a group of someone else's. For now, I'm just going to leave both of those fields the way they are. Okay, here's another chicken/egg. I'll show you how to build those numbering series, but until I build it, I'm not going to pick anything from the list because it's not the one I built. Oh, finally, a field I can use here. You mentioned the first time when you create a brand new document, it is 00, just like that. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, I'll do the same here then. Now this field, remember those tasks we looked at a little while ago, a few minutes ago? So whenever you send it for approval, master control creates a task. And now it's asking me, well, I've got this type of document. Every time you send a task to get approval, do you want a specific name put on it? You know, another one of Randy's amazing documents, I guess, is what I would put in here. Well, usually when you create a new task, you're just going to take the document's title and put that as the task name. If I were to type something in here, it would say, you know, every time we make a task, this is the task name, which doesn't really make sense, at least not for SOPs. Same with instructions. Do we want the same instructions for every single task? I'm going to put something in here just so I can show you where it is displayed, but most of the time this field and this field get left blank. And I'll just, you know, please collaborate. Well, in fact, I'll leave it at that. Packet type, I mentioned that works in conjunction with the workflow. If the workflow is the road, packet type is the vehicle on it. We'll set that one up later. And I'm going to shut off this feature right here, one-step revision. When I build my workflow, the very first step is going to be a collaboration step. If I leave this thing turned on, it's kind of confusing for end users, because this is saying when you create a new revision, there's going to be what it calls a one-step collaboration before it starts the approval process. So it's like I do a collaboration and then it launches on the workflow, and the very first step of the workflow is another collaboration and so that was confusing for end users. So most of the time we shut this off. But this tool does have one kind of cool piece of functionality, or at least seemingly cool. And that is you can do a real-time collaboration in Word, where if you open up the Word document in your browser window, you can have like, you know, 20 people in there all editing at the same time, and you can see their text appearing on your screen right in front of you if you want, which sounds really cool, but in practice is a pain in the butt. At least I'm not a fan of it. And also, it's pretty rare when you have that many, when you even have more than one person wanting to work on it at the same time. People want to do it on their own time frame, and so it's like, you know, it ends up being a serial process anyway. So it sounds cool, but in practice it's just wasn't that awesome. So I'm going to shut that off. All right, now down here it's template files again. Well, just a second ago when I was up on this field, I said that's the template. Well, it is. This is the template, but this is, if I put something into this field, it's the mandatory template. They must use it when they create a new document. Down here, and why these two files are not, or two fields are not right next to each other, that's a mystery to me. But this one is saying, hey, you've got a bunch of templates in here. Do you want to make them optional for your end users? And you know, you could, so now if I've highlighted these four, so what it would allow my users to do, it just have a little box that says, hey, there are templates available. Do you want to use one of these four? You know, it's not going to show them the whole list of all 20 templates, however many there were. It's just going to give them the option of one of these four, but they are optional template files, and I'm not going to use any of them. So I'm going to deselect that right now. All right, we're getting close to being done with this, and then we'll take a quick break here. But scrolling down a little more, this section right here called retention policy. I think this is kind of some old school master control functionality that not very many people use anymore. When I first started using the system almost 20 years ago, we had everything was on premise. Like our company, we had our very own master control server. You could walk into our data center and you could, you know, touch it. It was right there. And also storage was, at the time, it was kind of expensive. So what we could have done, we didn't actually do this, but this retention policy allows you to set this up. So you could say, you know, 10
Fun
years.
fact, if you're interested in fun facts, back, my
Always.
brother-in-law, he still is he's a salesman for IBM. He's into something else now, but he used to sell 1 terabyte servers. And I remember whenever his IBM got the price to 1 terabyte down to $1 million back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Think about
Ooh.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got a
So
little,
now,
go ahead.
no, I just think about the difference, like $1 million for that. So crazy.
Yeah, I've got a network storage thing in my basement that's like 12 terabytes.
Yeah, I mean, you can get it on a like a micro SD card now.
Yeah. But you know, back in the day, it was expensive, right? And so when you were running out of storage, this retention policy tool could have been used where you say, so I'm saying here, after a document is expired or goes into archive, wait 10 years, and then we'll just offload that file to like a tape backup or something like that. But in today's world of relatively cheap storage and cloud computing, I don't know that people actually use this anymore. In fact, I'm going to delete everything I just put in there. I'm not going to set up a retention policy. Oh, and lead time is just saying, send a warning, like 30 days or something before, so that they know to go do the tape backup and, do those things. But yeah, it could automatically offload those files. Like it still keeps the info card data, but the main file or the attachments, they all could be offloaded. Wow, $1 million for a terabyte. Of course, in the 90s, yeah, that was an unheard of amount, right? Okay, next section here, review policy. This one I definitely think you're going to use. In fact, it's either by regulatory or requirement or corporate policy. You probably somewhere it says every 2 years, I'm guessing, somebody needs to lay eyes on a document and just say, is it still good? What is your review policy? Assuming you have one.
Pharma is every 36 months, and I spoke to Shane this week, Brunson, sorry, Shane Hickson. And he said outside of the PSM documents, 36 months is good for him.
Okay. Well,
So
I'll
that's
duplicate
something
yours.
that we need to finalize.
Yeah. And normally what I see most often is it's either a 2-year review policy or a 3-year review policy, but I mean, whatever you guys say is appropriate, that's what it is. But it's saying, so after a document gets approved, after its release date, wait 36 months and then send out a task just so that, asking, hey, human brain, confirm that this document is still good to go. And if it is, well, we just keep using it and that's fine. But if not, then we've got the chance to say, oh, we need to update this thing and start that revision process. But this is going to send out that task after 36 months following when it was released. And task lead time just means how many days do we have to do that review task? And I'll say 30 days. Just kind of arbitrarily picking these numbers here. But 30 days, and who is doing it? Well, I'm going to choose an option here. This is a list of roles in my system here, and you could even build a role just for handling these review tasks if you wanted to. That's pretty common. I'm going to choose an option here where if I just type in info card, it will give me think of these as like a virtual user here, author and owner, right? Where I mentioned every time a new document of this type is created, at the moment at least, it's going to set me as both the author and the owner, but that's affected by these two checkboxes up here. where I could say, you know what, I want somebody else to be the owner. Maybe I stay as the author forever, but somebody else should be the owner. But I'm just choosing these two options as an example. In fact, at the genetics lab, it was the lab director who did the review. Ours was a 2-year review. So I set this to, I had a role literally called lab director. And so I just put that one in there. They had 30 days to get it done. And we also worked up kind of some boilerplate text here that just said something to the effect of, it's time for this document's 2-year review. Sign off as reviewed if it's still applicable. Sign off as needs update if changes are necessary, something like that. And I'm sure we made it sound fancy and official, but that's basically what it said. In fact, for all of our document types, it was the same text. All right, and here's that packet type I mentioned before. That's the vehicle traveling down the approval pathway, right? Well, if I've got a packet type specific for handling revisions, maybe I should pick it from the list here. I'm just going to leave it where it is because we're not going to see an approval or a review task, so I'm not going to worry about that. This field is asking, sorry, did somebody have a question before I move on? I thought I heard something there. I will assume no. But this field is asking if the review task right here that I set up here, they've got 30 days to do. If that's already, when it comes time to launch that task out, if there's already a revision in the works, it's already in the pipeline to get approved. Well, I don't also want there to be a review task out there where somebody might say, yeah, it needs an update, not knowing that was already in the pipeline. So what I can do here is say, just wait an extra, I don't know, then I'll say 45 days. Just give me a little extra time to get that document approved before we do the review task. Now you don't want to defer it indefinitely, because what if somebody they started the revision process and then they abandoned it? Well, we don't. If we left this unchecked, if we didn't put anything in here, the review task would never happen, and maybe that document gets out of date without our knowing. So, but again, I'm just kind of arbitrarily picking numbers in here. All right, last one. This is related to the training module. In the case of SOPs, there's always going to be training for those. I mean, other document types, there may not be, but for SOPs, there always will be. So it'd be nice if Master Control would do some of the work for us. So I, as the system administrator or training coordinator, whoever, if I didn't have to go do it all manually, well, this gives us some options to have the system do it for us, which I'm going to kind of skip over that piece, but we'll talk about it a little more once we get into the training module and how that works. Woo, but I finally got to the bottom of the page here. I'm going to kind of ignore this very last section here that says enterprise business units. It's just a way of being able to put like a partition between two units. At the genetics lab, there was three. There was the genetics lab, there was a pharmaceuticals department, and then later we acquired this other company out of Austin, Texas. And I used this enterprise business unit so that the Austin, Texas people couldn't see the Salt Lake people, and it was just another available tool to enforce some rules, but it's not something that's required. Maybe you use it, maybe you don't. Yeah, the system will function and enforce all those rules about what can you see and what can you do. This is just like a kind of a helper tool in that concept, but you'll see it in a couple other places as I go through this, but from here on out, I'm just going to totally ignore it. But I've filled in as much as I could on this screen, so I'm finally going to save this thing. Successfully saved the info card type. And it just brought me back here to the list of all info card types. So I'm going to use this magnifying glass to do a search for it. Now remember this, when you use this magnifying glass search, it's only going to search in the where you currently are. By that I mean I'm currently looking at info card types. And so this search will only return info card types, as opposed to this search up here at the very top, this portal search. Like if I just searched for my initials up here, it would return documents and training records and CAPAs and nonconformances and all kinds of different records. Well, here I'm by using that magnifying glass, I'm saying, search for a specific info card type, one that I know has, well, I'll show you, RJ. That's in this case, it's a pretty broad search. You can see all the different info card types I've made, and they're all SOPs, right? But if I narrow that search a little further to only the 14 June, much better. There's one item here. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show you the subtype. Because at the moment, this is a broad category. That's potentially a lot of documents. And I want to break it down a little more. I'm going to create a subtype, and I'm going to do it by department. So I'll use this little round plus icon over here under the actions column. And what it did when I pushed that is it copied all the information that was at the type. Think of that as like the parent, and this is the child. So the child inherited everything that the parent had, including the description. Even that custom field I set. And if we scroll down here, see there's the initial revision and the task instruction, and it even left the same fields blank. See, there's my review policy. So it copied everything. The subtype gets everything the type gets, but I don't have to leave it this way. Children are not exactly like their parents, so we can do a few changes here. Like I can say my subtype's name is going to be, and I'll just put ENG for engineering, and maybe for my description, I spell it out, engineering SOPs. But since it already filled in those other blanks for me, now I can save it. And I'll just make a couple more subtypes just to illustrate that point. Not that I'm actually going to use them, but I'll build it. So there's engineering. This one's going to be, let's say ops for operations. And I could have a subtype for HR and marketing and maintenance and every department if I wanted to. Now also, I showed an example where I started with the document type and then I broke it down by department. Could you do the exact opposite where your type is say, these are all my marketing documents, and then the subtype could be like SOP and policy and work instruction and whatever it is. That's totally fine. I'm just showing one example of that, but there's many, many different ways you could use this. So if you don't do it the exact same way I do, that's fine. In fact, your configuration consultant is going to help you, is going to talk through that process with you, but probably what I suspect you're going to do is just mimic your existing document control system into master control. How do you guys do it? Do you do it the way I broke it down here, where I started with a document type and then broke it by department, or do you have a different preferred method?
Still a paper-based system. But we do have a pharma division and an industrial division that live by different regulatory requirements. Our document numbers begin with more of kind of a department. And the specific number and a revision. So, yeah, that's gonna be something for us to think about, how we
Yeah.
want to create the subtype.
Yep.
Whether it be by the industrial and the pharma or something different.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of my goals here in this training is to show you kind of, master controls round peg. How is that going to work with the square hole, right? Because I show you one way and talk about it one way, but how are you going to match it up in there? Because your
Right,
compromises have to be made in both ways, in both directions, right? So that's one way it could be done. And when we get to the numbering section, I'm going to throw another wrench at you here, another wrench in the works here. All right, let's take a quick break. I know training, it's hard to stay focused on that. It's hard for me to stay focused anyway. Do you guys want to take like a 5-minute break, or we can do more if you want, but just a second quick bio break here.
good with that?
Fine with me.
All right,
Yeah,
what
5
I'm
minutes
going
is
to
fine.
do, okay. I'll put a 5-minute timer on screen just so you have a good visual reference, and yeah, once it gets to 0, then we'll start back up again. But in the meantime, I'm just going to mute myself and yeah, be back here in 5 minutes. So, all right, see you in 5. Shane, I feel like by taking the break, it's kind of like in racing when, one car goes into the pit stop, changes its tires while everybody else is racing, and then they go back out onto the track, and all of a sudden a yellow flag, and then everybody else pits. We kind of did that with our break here on you. So sorry about that. All right.
Randy,
Yeah.
under review policy, I assume when you edit or when you revise and finalize and publish a document that clock for the next time it gets reviewed gets reset. Is that right?
Every time you revise it, or you approve something, that's going to start the clock on the revision or the review policy.
Okay, so if we have a 36-month review policy, and this document gets reviewed at least once a year for 5 years in a row, then we would not see a review issued during that time period, right?
If a new revision comes along before that, that's correct.
Okay. So how does the defer work? I like that defer option. So if you defer and there's a revision that's in process, if that in process revision happens, then it'll defer. The defer will take it beyond that, and suddenly it'll reset the clock, and we won't get it again, right?
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So yeah, just a little extra breathing room is all it is.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, now, I mean, it's not infallible either, because if your collaboration takes a really long time, like more than the 45 days, then you still get that review task, and probably you need to have a conversation like, well, what are we going to do? We've got this one already in the pipeline. Probably you just sign off on the review as saying, yeah, it's fine for now, knowing that new one's pending. It's imminent.
Can the notification for the review task, can that tell the reviewer that no, there is an open collaboration on this document? You might want to check it before you decide if you're going to review or.
Boy, it's been so long since I've seen the text of that when it notifies you. I think it just says it's time for the review.
And it's not customizable.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. And it's not
That's
customizable. Well, let me put a caveat on that. In fact, I'm going to open up my info card type here. So I mean,
Yeah, there are
right here.
instructions there, but
Yeah.
so we could build that into our boilerplate language is what I'm thinking, that says, check to make sure that there's no open reviews on this. If there are, talk to your manager or something.
Yeah, that sounds like an excellent idea.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, the good news is that was probably the piece that takes the most amount of time. These others we can move through a little bit faster. But let's talk about life cycles and vaults here. So I want to show you a little PowerPoint here that I've got. Prepare to be amazed by this PowerPoint. All right, high expectations here. Because I've got an animation I want to show you, and I'm sure if once Walt Disney gets wind of this thing, yeah, I'm going to be hired on the spot, no doubt. Because I've got some amazing animation skills here, as you'll see. But first, let's introduce this concept of the life cycle. Just the idea of from creation until, well, that makes it look like it dies, but until it gets archived, what your document goes through. This is pre-approval, and we call that draft. That's our terminology for that phase of its life. It would go through some sort of approval process, a workflow, and once it has been approved, that is the release phase of its life cycle. But eventually it's going to get retired, whether the whole concept gets retired or just a new document comes along and replaces it. Those are the three phases of the life cycle, and that's Master Control's terminology for it. Now, also, we have this idea of a vault. Now, when I hear the word vault, this is the imagery that pops up in my head, is these giant bank vaults, with the big round door that you have to know the combination for, I guess. And then within it, there's also this little gate that you can kind of peek through. You can see the money, but you can't make any withdrawals or deposits either, for that matter. Or if the gate's open, you can get in, you can make deposits or withdrawals, whatever you need to do. Well, we combine these two concepts of the three phases of the life cycle with 3 vaults, and we even name the vaults the same as those three phases of the life cycle. But the idea being, the first phase of the life cycle, we're going to call that the draft vault. That vault will allow us to make edits to the document. Well, after it's been approved, once it's been released, well, we don't want to slam the whole door. We still need people to be able to see that document, but we don't want them to be able to make changes, at least not without going through the appropriate channels. So we give partial access. And for the archive phase, typically it's no access. I mean, there's going to be a few users that can still, kind of peek through the gate. They can see what is in archive, but for most of your users, you don't even want them to see those old documents because they're now obsolete. Well, how we make that work is, as I mentioned, in fact, we name the phases and the vaults. We kind of give them a very similar name. We'll build a vault and call it the draft vault, and build a second vault and call it the release vault, and a third and call it the archive vault. And how that works is, when revision 1 comes along, well, we're doing those edits. We're going through collaboration on it. All of that is in that draft phase, and also in a vault named draft. That's where it happens. But once approval occurs, then, oh, see, I told you were going to be amazed. Wasn't that magical? It magically moves into the release vault, where it could stay forever. I mean, or at least a long time, right? I mean, it could potentially be there for years. And every 36 months, we do our review on it. But as long as the document's still appropriate, it can just stay in release. But eventually, usually it's going to get revised. We buy some new equipment, do some process improvement, whatever reason, revision 2, we need to make updates to it. So that's going to start in the draft vault. We'll create Rev 2 in draft, do our collaboration, and when it gets approved, oh, look at that, it moves to release, where it supplants revision 1. Revision 1 gets bumped to archive. Now, there will only ever be one revision at a time in that release vault, right? So if revision 3 comes along, again, it gets approved, it will replace revision 2. And all those old revisions just kind of go and live in archive. So that's why I say it's more like the retirement home. They all hang out there and play shuffleboard, I guess. But that is lifecycle and vault working in conjunction together. So often we kind of say these two pieces in one breath. They're kind of two sides of the same coin here. So the life cycle is saying, where is it in its approval life? And the vault is really just enforcing the rules. It's the security around it. Okay, let me get that out of the way. So how do you build that in master control? Well, it's still here under this portal module or hub. And again, under the configuration tile. And you can see I've got options here for both vault and lifecycle. I'm going to show you how to build both all in one, kind of one fell swoop, in one step. When I first started using master control, you had to go in and build the vault. Well, you had to build 3 vaults. And then separately, you built the lifecycle, but you said, okay, phase 1 lines up with this vault, and phase, the release phase lines up with the second vault, and the archive phase lines up with the third vault. Well, now they've simplified it. Also, when I was joking earlier about chicken and egg concept. This was actually the way they, I mean, from the beginning of time, master control was saying, you know, first you build vaults, then life cycles, then you build your info card types and these other things. It doesn't really matter what order you do it in. In fact, I feel like this current way of doing it, info card types first, logically, I think that makes the most sense. But to build this, I'm going to go here to life cycle. And from here, I can also say, you know, just build those 3 vaults for me. And I'll show you how that works here. But here's, you know, all the existing life cycles. I don't want to use any of them. So in the toolbar, I'm going to use that plus icon and say, yep, make me a basic 3-step of draft release archive. This one that says master templates, that actually has to do with the production records tool in master control, which again, that's a training all its own. So I'm going to claim that thing's out of scope for us. We're going to use this one, basic 3-step, draft release archive. So once I've highlighted that, I can say continue. First thing I have to do is give my life cycle a name, which I'll, again, stick with my standard naming convention of my initials and the date. And what is this life cycle? What is its intended purpose? Well, it's for holding SOPs. So again, SOP, it's going to look like I'm using the same name for everything, and I am, but that's why, because I want to convey to people when they look at the name of this life cycle, they know, oh, okay, this is the one that holds the SOPs. Now, I'm not going to worry about a description field here. I feel like my name is, you know, the name I gave it is descriptive enough. But you can see here's the 3 phases, draft, release, and archive here. Do you have to go with our terminology of draft, release, and archive? No. I mean, you can name them Fred, Barney, and Wilma if you want, but then you have to remember that Fred is the equivalent of the draft phase, and Barney was the release phase, and Wilma was archive. And if you do that, you know, kind of that, you've created like a secret code. You know, you have to know what Barney, where Barney fit into the process. So I'm just going to stick with the standard naming convention here of draft, release, and archive, but I mean, if you wanted to change it to pre-approval or something like that, I mean, you could. I'm not going to do that, but you could. And here, had I built those vaults already, here's where I'd go select them from the list, but I haven't built them yet. In fact, what I'm going to do is just click that little checkbox right there that says auto create the vaults. And once I check it, you'll see that this field right here is going to change name. What it's asking me is, okay, now these 3 vaults are recognized when you check that you want me to build 3 vaults. Well, what do you want to name those vaults? Again, and I'm going to stick with this as my naming convention. I say, I need you to make me a draft vault for holding the RJ14 June SOPs. And then maybe I'll just I'll abbreviate it just to DFT for draft there. But again, just so humans, when they see the name of the vault, they can immediately tell what its purpose is. It's for holding SOPs. And this is the draft vault. So they have not yet been approved. And I'm going to do the same thing for release. 14, whoops, that's almost my initials. 14 June dash an SOP. And here I'll just put REL for release, just because I'm a lazy typer. And archive, same thing. This vault is for holding those archived documents. And the system, because it knows by the life cycle what is the correct order for them. All right, but that's all there is to it. I'm going to save this now. So you'll see it, yeah, saved, new life cycle. If I did a search for it, it'd be in the list. What I want to show you, and just to demonstrate this, there's nothing that we're actually going to do here, but I'm going to come back here to portal and under configuration, I'm going to go to vaults just to show you what it did. And so I'll use the magnifying glass, search for the new vaults that I just built. And I know they start with RJ14 June. So there they are, draft, release, and archive. They're sorted alphabetically, so that's why they appear out of order. But there's nothing here for me to do. In fact, even if I over here under the actions column, I've got these 3 icons. So the pencil icon would, all I can do here, if I really wanted to change the name of my vault here, maybe I wanted to spell out archive instead of abbreviate it, I could change the name. I can add a description, but that's literally all I could do with it. So not going to do any of that. I'll cancel out of it. But I will point to this item right here. So that plus icon, when I hover my mouse over it, it says create publishing settings. The vault is also the tool that enforces the rules around PDF publishing. And when you create a vault, there are some standard settings that it just inherits. Now you get to say what those standard settings are, but when I click on that plus icon, so for my archive vault, it recognized in my system, these are the standard settings for publishing documents. But if I want to say, for my archive vault, you know what? These aren't quite right for this vault. In fact, I can just shut it off entirely, which I often did with my archive vaults. That just wasn't something we published, so we shut it off entirely. But I could have made some other changes, like this copy handling. That's sometimes referred to as the time bomb or time lock feature, where you can say, if somebody downloaded the PDF to their computer, well, they can open it for 36 hours. But after that, it just, when they try to open it, pops up a warning and shows them this text. And mine said, this is expired. Go back to master control and make sure this is the current revision of that document. So it's preventing users from keeping little private repositories on their desktop. That was actually a problem for us at the genetics lab for a while, until we finally got, figured out how to use master control properly, and then people stopped doing it. But it took us a while, but this was a big help in that, where we could, if they did try to save a copy of it, didn't matter, because after a while it was going to expire. But you can set that time, for whatever time frame you want, or you don't even have to use it if you don't want to. You could shut it off entirely. I think I'm going to leave it the way it is. Yeah.
I'm looking at the screen, and I know you clicked one of the 3 vaults, but if I don't remember which one it was, is this screen telling me that this is the archive? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right up there.
Yep.
I had scrolled down too, so it was hidden on
like
my
that
screen.
would be a helpful thing to stay on top and not scroll away. But
like
that's
a freeze pane in
yeah.
Excel. Yeah, there's so many places where I wish it did that. That's on my big list of enhancement requests. That's one of them. I probably sound really cynical about master control because I complain about things I don't like to everybody. I don't think I'm cynical about it, but maybe I am. Just a couple more things here that I'll point out that I think are interesting. Like you can, if you want some specific text, I actually thought this was a useful feature here. So again, the idea being that they've either printed out the PDF or they've saved a copy of it to their computer. It will, we've got some variables we can put in there where it says this copy expires on, 4 is copy expiration date. So depending on when they saved it to their computer or printed it, these dates could change slightly. But we put this in the footer area, but you can have header text too. It's always these same variables. Some options here, like if you want a cover sheet on your PDFs, if you have a very specific cover sheet you want to use, you can you can build one and then say, you know, well, if it's the cover sheet, I feel like it should be the first page, but just based on the name, but you do have the option to put it to the back. Also, I feel like cover sheets have kind of fallen out of favor. Like not very many people seem to use them anymore, but it's an option if you want it. The signature manifest, the page showing who approved it and when did they do it. That seems like an important one. And do you want it to be the first page of the document or the last page? My personal preference is the back page, but got options there. And a few other things here, just like I'll point out the watermark here. Like and you can have a unique watermark for each vault. Like if this is the archive vault, you know, maybe I say that right on it. This is archive, and for release, well, confidential probably makes sense for release, but in the draft vault, maybe I change this to say draft or unapproved or something like that, and I can change the color, and I can, you know, do I want it over here in the right margin, or do I want it centered, and can make it bigger? And oh, look at that, 2 whole fonts you can use, Helvetica and Times New Roman for your watermark. I'm not even going to save these changes here, but yeah, lots of things you can do as far as, you know, publishing. I'm just going to cancel out of this. I'm not even
What
going to
is
save
the,
those
hold on, what
changes.
is the alternate locale option? Is that time zones or?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, language.
Language, yeah, got it.
Master Control does have these language packs you can buy. So if you want your system displayed in Korean or Japanese or something, you can definitely do that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make one change and save this one because I do want to point out what happens. And the only change I made was say, don't publish anything in the archive vault. But now notice it's that kind of wrench or spanner icon over there, just indicating that it's not the standard settings. These other two they haven't been altered in any way, but it's just a little clue to let you know that this one doesn't follow the standard settings. And at the moment I can see this delete icon. If I've got even one info card in one of these vaults, I can no longer delete it. I'd have to move it to some other vault if for some reason I ever wanted to get rid of these vaults, I could, but I just have to move the records out of them before it will let me delete. But yeah, vaults, not very often you're going to come up here and do anything with them. Okay, let's talk about numbering. This is probably going to be a big one for you. But again, so let me point out where I clicked. Under Portal, Configuration, Numbering, here's all the different numbering series I have. I'm not going to use any of those. I'm going to build a brand new one so I can show you what it looks like. Stick with my standard naming convention. This numbering pattern that I'm about to build is only to be used on SOPs, specifically the RJ14 June SOPs. And it's going to look like this. RJ14 June, and then a dash, and then it's going to be like I'm just going to do a three-digit number on there, and it's just going to count up. In fact, it's going to have 0, 0, and then 1, and it's just going to count by ones and increment as needed. How do you guys number your documents? What does it look like today?
Our SOPs usually start with an alpha prefix, a 2 or 3 digit prefix that gives us the general category that SOP covers, and then hyphen, and then 0, 1, counting up, serial as we add to that category.
Like that?
Yeah.
I mean, so but category was 2 digits. Maybe I'll just put CT to cover that, but looks something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just curious. Can you stick with that? Absolutely. I'm gonna throw a wrench in the works here for you though, as we talk about this. I'm gonna show you an opportunity for change. That's euphemism for you might want to fix this. Not necessarily. Maybe that the way you've got it is going to work out perfectly and there's no reason to change. But numbering, I've been burned by this, so I show people this. In fact, I even had to do a seminar at one of our user conferences about this once. And I want to show you the bad example of what a numbering series could be. For a short time, I worked for this little startup company here in Salt Lake, and this is what their numbering series looked like. And the person who designed this, they had master control, they had implemented it, and were using it, but when they were loading a new SOP, this is what the number looked like, and the person who designed this could not successfully navigate this thing because some of these fields, it was like this one you actually picked from a drop down and you only had 2 options, WVW for West Valley Warehouse.
Looks like they copied that format from the Railcar Authority or the Railcar Association. The Railcar, that's exactly what the railcars look like. They have those.
Oh, really?
And they're longer than that, yeah. And we actually, that's part of our onboarding process, and everybody would fail it. And so I went back through and I color coded everything. I color coded those segments and synced them up so now people are passing it. But when I say everybody, it was like too many people would have to take it twice. Like half the people would have to take it twice. And so, yeah, it's terrible. But that's exactly what it looks like from the Railcar Authority or whatever.
I did not know that. Huh, that's interesting. But I want to point out, and I've got some other kind of bad examples. Like this one, I have no idea what the meaning of these segments are. At least here, I can kind of guess. I mean, the Q, that probably stood for quality. What is this P? No idea. Is that policy? Is that procedure? Well, I'm guessing it's procedure because right after that, it's SOP. This is what, 21 CFR part 160B1, whatever that is. And then finally, the increment part. Now, in a paper-based system, a numbering series like this makes total sense. There's a good reason for having it like this. And that's because if you picture for a second, you pull open a filing cabinet drawer, there's all those manila folders with the little tabs sticking up on the top and probably a sticker, and this is what it shows. Well, as long as you know the secret code, you can tell a lot about this document. This one was relevant to the West Valley Warehouse. Well, it was an SOP, probably for QA, and something about that standard. But in an electronic system, there's just way better ways to capture and convey all that information than trying to cram it into one little field just for the number. Also, the way this was built up, like some of these fields were just, I mean, you had to type into it, so you couldn't automate this process at all. Like a person had to pick from this list, and then they had to type something in there. And what was that you just sent, Shane? Is this the rail card? Or sorry, yeah, the rail car image there. Meaning of symbols explained in the table below. Yeah, see, so much information can be conveyed if you know how to do it, how to read what's in there. But what I'm suggesting is that don't do it. Don't try to pack secret information in there, or at least, proprietary in there. Just let the number be a number, because we have the ability, well, I mean, we've got other fields for handling the document type and the subtype and the standard, and we could easily build a custom field that says location and department on there. And then there's no guessing as to what it is. They can, I mean, we could just write out the location, West Valley Warehouse. Nobody gets it wrong. You can easily understand it. And also by breaking these little tidbits of information into their own field, now we can search on it. We can run reports on it if we really wanted to. And it's so much easier to find. Nobody gets it wrong. So that's why I say I'm kind of a pain in the butt when it comes to numbers, because I've been burned by this, where we had a numbering series that it wasn't quite this complicated, but later we, you know, what was it that happened? Oh, I think it was when we brought a new business unit online. It was like all of a sudden we had to simplify, and so we had these existing documents and had this dilemma of, oh shoot, do we keep that old numbering series because we've got to fix it somehow for this new business unit? What we ended up doing was just saying, okay, legacy documents, you just stay the way you are, and any new documents get the new simplified version. Also, if we keep it simple, where it's just like a single text prefix and one incremental part, then we can automate it. So the system just stamps it on there and it never gets it wrong. Nobody ever messes it up. So that's why I show you this. You have to make a decision. Is your existing numbering series, do you want to stick with it? Do you want to fix it? Or somewhere in the middle? You know, maybe you say for new documents, they're going to get the new numbering series. The old documents, we'll just leave them the way they are. Because the other problem you run into is, for some people, the number is the name. Like they just know. My head does not remember numbers. So if somebody said, you know, it's SOP number 1473. Oh, okay, great. What is that one? I have to look at the title. Number means nothing to me. So that's what I will encourage you to do. But let me show you the preferred way to build that in master control. So this is going to be my text prefix here of just RJ14 June and a dash, and then it will be 001 is where it will start. Now, this numbering series, do I want it available to every record in master control? Heavens no, I only want it to be used specifically for SOPs, and even more specifically for the RJ14 June SOPs. In fact, I'm going to highlight the subtypes too. Subtypes, I'm okay with them using this same numbering series. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could make a numbering series just for the engineering SOPs, but why? You know, it's just extra work for me. And plus, you know, then that's when you start getting into that idea of, you know, do we build some extra meaning into that numbering series just to somehow convey that it's for engineering? Then you're packing meaning into the number instead of just having it be a unique item. But I'm going to make it available to those 3 info card, well, this type and these 2 subtypes. But what does that pattern look like? Now it's a little hard to see, but there's actually a box right there indicating it is a section. And down here, the type is it's text. It's just going to be this portion of the numbering series, that text prefix. So again, I'll type that in there, 14 June, and the dash. I want that to be part of the text. Okay, and then I'll add another section, but then I'll change the type to be the incremental section. I'll say add. So it saved what I did, change the type to increment. I mentioned that I wanted 2 leading zeros, but it's going to begin at 1. It's going to count by ones. I mean, you could make it count by 7s or 23s or 14s or whatever you want. Does it make sense to have it count by anything other than 1? Not really, but you could. You could even put an upper limit on there if you wanted to. Again, why? The only reason would be to do that would be is if you're trying to convey some sort of meaning in there. All right, so let's see what this looks like. I've got a little test button here. So if I click it, this is how it will work on my documents. When I create a new document, yeah, see it puts the text in there and the dash, and then if I keep clicking test, you'll see how it increments up. And if I change it to count by fives or something, then you can see it counts by fives.
What
Now I
happens
could,
if you create document 1000?
oh, so like when I get to 999 and it has to roll over,
Yep.
it just adds another digit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there is no upper limit on this. Yeah, and I will point out, like if I add another section, there are a couple of other types in here you could do. Like you could make it, this list would allow you to build like a little drop down in there. So you could have like, so initially when we rolled out master control at the genetics lab, so the numbering series on our SOPs looked like this. It said MGL, and then it was a space instead of a dash, but there was a little drop down list, which I'll just put X's in there, and then another space, and that was the incremental part, right? But the list section, so it had the department in there, and it was kind of looked like this: ops, R&D, and D. There we go. But it did require manual user intervention. They had to click on this and choose from there. I don't remember how many items there were, 7 or 8, but one of those items from the list just to get a number. And again, that it was conveying some meaning. And so once we eliminated that, then we could automate the process where it just stamped a number on our info card. People didn't have to do anything. And also they couldn't screw it up. They couldn't get it wrong. So I'm going to delete that last, well, I will in a second, but I'll also point out this wildcard one, please don't use that. I'll shed a little master control tear if you do, but wildcard, kind of like the name implies, is you can type anything you want. This date section, it's not horrible. I don't hate it. I just don't feel it's necessary either. But even master control internally, we actually use that date section to number our kappas. So they get numbered like this, where it's kappa, and then a dash, and then we have a 4-digit year, and then another dash, and that's the incremental part. It's a 4, so 3 leading zeros was what it started with. So with this part, what it would do, it plugs in, 2024, and the first one launched would have been 0001. And it counts up until January 1st of next year, and then this goes to 2025, and then it starts over at 0001. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's fully automated. It didn't require that my user intervene in any way. But I mean, we've got all kinds of date fields on there. So did we need it in the number? I don't think so, but I wasn't the one who built it. So yeah, so nothing wrong with the date field. Use that one as you want. But the list section and wildcard, we actively discourage you from using those two. Can you? Sure. We'll let you break it if you want, but I don't recommend it. In fact, I'm going to delete that last section. I'll just use that little X right there. It's going to get rid of that tiny box. Let me test it, make sure it's actually working the way I expect. Oh, nope, I've still got it incrementing by 5s, which I don't want. Good thing I tested it. Okay.
So what happens if you add an increment n for some reason and then you get past that?
Let me think, what does it do? So if I set the upper limit to 555 and we used up all those and wanted to make 556,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never actually tested that. I think it would give an error message, but I'm not sure.
Well, you're on 3. Can you just set it to 5 and then click test a couple times and see what happens?
0, 0. Well, let's set it for 2. Increment end at 2. I don't know. Okay, let's find out. Well, and if test, I don't know that test will show me this. Wait a minute. Why isn't it going? Come on. Plug that in. 0, 0. Well, we'll do 5.
The only increment section cannot have an end increment. Okay. So it's not letting you do it.
Yeah.
It's saying it will only allow if you have 2 increment sections, then you can use that. But if you only have 1 increment section, it's not going to let you do it.
Right. So if I had another section, which again, and the only time I can think of why you would have a 2 number segments is if you were going to display the date or, yeah, build in some sort of code, you know. And I remember I had a manager who wanted to say like, hey, we've got these. Oh, it was job descriptions, all these job description documents, and they're like, and the 1000 series, that's going to be for QA, and the 2000 series is going to be for these other guys. And I'm like, yeah, I can build it, but why? How about if we just state that they're for QA? Okay. Whoops, let me get rid of that and save. Okay, successfully saved. Whew, I better speed up or I'm going to use up all our time here. Okay, couple more things we need to build in our configuration. How are you guys doing? Do you want to take another 5-minute break?
I mean, the processor, the visitors is for the moment. The other option is just.
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
Oh, I'm good for now.
I'm doing fine.
Okay. Well, if anybody wants to take a break, let me know. I feel like we should defer to, you know, if somebody's dying because they gotta go to the bathroom. But otherwise, I'll just keep going. I'll keep rolling here. Okay, so I'm back on the portal hub of master control under configuration, and we've built vaults and life cycles. I'm going to skip over standards because usually that's something you upload once. It's just a big list and they don't change. I mean, unless your regulatory body adds a new standard, then you could go add a new item to it, but it's really, it's like one little field and it never really changes. So I'm going to skip over that. Also, we will give you these things. If you say we're, you know, under part 820, that's one of our standards. We'll just give it to you and you can upload it into your system. So you don't have to go in there and type in the whole thing. But we've built our info card types and subtypes already. We've built our numbering. So let's build custom fields. I kind of love custom fields because that helped me simplify my numbering series. And it just made it easier for people to, you know, I can type out, there's no secret codes. They can see exactly what it's going to do. But I've got 400 existing custom fields and I'm not going to use any of them. I'm going to build a brand new one. So I'll use the plus icon up there, give it a name. Now the custom field I'm going to build, this will be a product list. And how do I want to capture that information? Do I just want it to be a text field where they can type whatever they want? Nothing wrong with that. If you need it, well, there is something wrong with that because if the first person, they type in this is product A and the next person abbreviates it, they just put prod A. And the third person just typos it and just puts like PRDO or something, A. Well, the problem with that is now if I try to search on it, I kind of have to be able to predict every way it's been typed in there. So I'm not a huge fan of text, but if you need it, you need it. Number just enforces that they put in numeric characters, no alphabetical characters. It's probably obvious what date and time do. The two I always go for is either custom data or multi-select custom data. What that means is it's a drop-down list. And I'm going to choose multi-select here. You can pick more than one item from the list. Now it's a two-step process to build this custom field where you have to give it a name and say what is the type and where it's going to be used. So here at the 14 June SOPs, and I'm going to say it's required. Whenever we create a new document of these type, I must say what product it's relevant to, but this is step one of that two-part process. So I'll save what I've done here because the next step is that drop-down list. What are the values that show up in it? So I'll save it. And yeah, now I'm going to have to do a search for it. Custom field name. Well, it starts with RJ14 June. There it is, product list. To go back, like if I wanted to change the name or that screen we were just on, the pencil icon right there will get you back to it. That's not the one I want. I want this one, which it's hard to tell what that tiny icon is, but I think it's like a pencil on a bulleted list or something. But this is where you say, what are the values that appear in the dropdown? And I'm going to say the products we build are thingamabobs. And I'll add it to the list. And we also make widgets. And we make whatchamacallits. What else do we make? And we make flux capacitors, which, as you know, makes time travel possible. At least in DeLorean time machines, it does. But I could have a pretty lengthy list here if I want. I'm going to leave it at that. Actually, one good practice to do is to leave the escape route. Now, when somebody creates a new SOP of this type, I'm expecting that it's going to be for one of these products. But in the off chance they write one that isn't relevant to them, it's always a good idea to have a other or a not applicable or something like that. Because it's a required field, they have to enter something. So this, in that case, they do it. And also you can sort alphabetically. Here's a little thing I learned that it's kind of dumb, but I always show people anyway. If like I'm expecting my end users to pick one of these four options, but I don't even really want them to choose other, but I made it available. Well, I like it at the bottom of the list, so out of alphabetical order. I learned a little trick here. Whenever you add a new value, it sticks it at the bottom. So if I remove it and then add it back in, then I can break alphabetical order. Okay, I am going to save this. All right.
So Randy,
Yes.
I noticed you misspelled whatchamacallit. Is that easy to go fix, or is that a pain if we discovered it, a month later or something?
Let's fix it. Whatchamacallits. Did I get it right this time? I think I did. And then I add it to the list. But again, I want other at the bottom, so.
So yeah, so we found that while we were in the creation process, but what if we created it and we started using these and we realized a month later that one of them was misspelled? Is that going to cause problems?
I don't know the answer to that. Is it still, like, did it delete that value? Do I have to be able to search for both values? I mean, you could always go back to your record and update it there, but I don't know if it retroactively pushes that change to it or not. I mean,
Yeah,
I kind of think it should, but I don't actually know.
I'd hate to have 1,000 info cards that we have to go in and one at a time
Yeah.
update the value. But
Yeah.
okay, all right, thank you.
Now, master control does have a utility to do like kind of mass changes like that, but still it's that, yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to test it out. All right. Let's see. As far as my configuration, we got vaults, life cycles, info card types, numbering, custom fields. I'm going to claim data structures, custom hubs, system workflows, and email customization. I'm going to claim that's out of scope for what we're doing today. So really the only one I haven't hit yet is packet types, and I can't even do that one until I build a workflow first. Notice workflows does not appear here under configuration. It appears here under the documents hub. Here's workflows, because these workflows are specific to only documents. You can't see the process module because we don't have rights to it, but it also has its own workflows and they are built. I'd have to be able to click on that process hub to go do those. So that's why it's down here under documents, because these workflows are only document related. And I'm going to click this link that says new. I'm also going to build a very simple workflow, just 2 steps, collaboration and approval, but I will show you a real world example because it's not very often you're going to be able to get away with just a 2-step workflow. But by showing you these 2 steps, that's indicative of how every workflow is built. But then like I said, I'll show you a real world example. Have to give it a name. This workflow is for getting the RJ 14 June SOPs approved. Okay, that's good enough. That's the name. I'm going to switch to this Owners, Originators, and Business Units tab. A workflow owner is someone who probably is just in a position of oversight, like, document control or somebody like that. They're not actually going to be performing the individual steps of the workflow, but they need to be able to do things like the modify step, and they can go into tracking so they can see where is it in the process of getting approved. And if someone comes and asks them, they're like, hey, what's going on with this document? They can track it. An owner allows them to do that without doing the individual steps. So I'm going to add an owner here. You know what I haven't done? I did skip one other thing too. Roles. We haven't given ourselves rights. Like those vaults we built a little while ago. Remember, that's security. So I've built these vaults, but at the moment, nobody can access them. Literally nobody, not even me, even though I built the vaults, until I've got a role that says you can go through that door, you can get into those vaults. Nobody can access it. You know what? I need to set up those roles before I show you this. So I'm going to cancel out here because I skipped a step. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to say cancel. Let's build a role first and talk about what that means. Role building is back here on the portal. I can either come here to this tile labeled user management where it says roles, or right next to it, it's got its very own tile that says open. They both go to the same place. One's kind of a holdover from the old master control interface, and this is the new one, but yeah, they go to the exact same place. And I swear I clicked on that. Did it not like it? Let me try over here, open. Okay, good. There it went. So here's the list of, I'm getting close to 700 different roles in my system. I'm not going to use any of these existing ones. I'm going to build a new one, which I could just do up here under this where it says new. I'm actually going to go one step further, and I'm going to say, I know there's a few roles that have some common rights that, like, every document control role needs to have a lot of abilities within Master Control's documents modules. And so there are a few templates I can copy here. And so this icon right here, I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Is that a piece of paper on a clipboard? Is it a piece of paper going into a box? I don't know. Whatever that icon is, it says new from template. Well, here are my possible templates. Are you creating a role for someone you're expecting to create new documents and revise existing ones? Or is this someone who does document control? Because there are different levels of abilities or rights within the system. So these are the template options that we've got. And I'm going to start with this one, doc admin. Okay, so this new role that I'm building for document admins, what life cycles do they need to be able to access? Yeah, now a doc admin, they probably need to access all the life cycles. I'm not going to select everyone in the system. In fact, I'm only going to use the RJ 14 June SOP lifecycle. So I'll highlight that one. I used the little quick search there to find it, but I'll highlight the one I want, and that's the only one I'm going to move. I could have multiple life cycles selected here, but I'm not going to do that. But what this will do is say, okay, for a doc admin, it recognizes in the draft vault, doc admin needs to do certain things, and in the release vault, a few other things. Not quite as many as what it can do in draft, but still quite a few. And in the archive vault, same thing. More restrictive, but I can still see the archive vault. Excuse me. And in a second, when I build the creator reviser role, you'll see that it has even more restrictive rights than the doc admin. But based on this template, I don't have to, rebuild this particular wheel. I can just give it a name. And this will be my, I'll call it doc control, my doc control role. I'm not going to worry about the description. Also, I think you're limited to approximately 50 characters. I don't remember off the top of my head how many characters this is limited to. It's not very many, but see, that's as far as it'll go. So you probably will end up using this description field quite a bit, where, kind of make some notes about what it can access. But I tried to do that as much as I can in the name, get a name that conveys what it can do. All right here is who can do it. So in this group, I'll put myself in there. Add, and of course you can have as many people as you need. Maybe I'll put Marianne in here. We will be the doc admins, but I'm going to make Mike, Shane, Braden, you guys are going to be my document authors. You're not going to be document control, so you don't get to be part of this role. And below that, here under role rights, where it says application, really what that means is the modules, or what you can see over here in the left-hand menu would be a application. So which pieces of master control can you access? So if I click on documents, master controls documents module or application, here's the list of everything they could do. The template said, well, I recognize that a document control person probably needs to do a ton of stuff in the docs module. So it gave it nearly everything. There's only one thing they're missing. If I remember correctly, that right gives you the ability to print to certain printers. Like you can send files to be printed or something like that. But anyway, I don't even have that set up in my system, so it's not relevant. So I'm going to leave it there. It's available Could they have it? Yes, I could move it into the assigned box, but they don't need it, so I'm going to leave it out. But it's a pretty big list of what is assigned. So these are the areas of master control they can get into. If I click on some of these others, you can see like they can't even get into that organizer gateway tool. PDF publishing, well, they can go look at the queue. They can manually do what I did earlier, where I made some manual changes. What about the portal? Well, I've been working up here in portal, so all of these rights you see right here, all of us have these same rights, but we're getting them from a different role. Okay, now again, there's a few available rights relevant to the portal that we don't have. Like we don't have the ability to just import a list of users. Can't do that. So those are the things we can't do. These are the things we can or are even expected to do. Now below that, here's where it gets very granular in what you can do, because this is the vault rights. I can see a list of every vault, but if I look at these AA vaults right here, I don't know who AA is, but as I click on them in their archive, I don't know, it almost says archive, in their archive vault, look, I don't, or Marianne and I, since we're the two members of this role, we don't have any access to their archive vault. There are no assigned rights. Same with draft, same with release. We can't even see the documents in those vaults. Well, if I jump down to the RJ14 vault, in the archive vault, we do have rights. See, in this vault, well, basically we can see the PDF, we can see the native, we can find it, we can run a search, it'll bring it up for us. We could edit the info card if we needed to, but like we can't change the number on it. We can't just delete it. And we can't create a new document right in the archive vault, which doesn't make sense, right? But if I switch to the 14 June SOP draft vault, oh, look at that. We can create a new document here. We can find it, we can edit it, because it's draft, right? We need to be able to do all of these things. What about release? Well, again, because we're doc control, we can still do quite a bit, but like only documents that have been approved should be in release. So can we delete it? Nope. Can we mess around with the number on it? Nope. Could we go edit it? Yeah, we could change the title or something like that if we really wanted to. And these up here, the checkout, check-in, that's actually has to do with the revision process. So what you do is you check a document out of the release vault and you check it back in to a draft vault. That's what creates revision 2 or 3 or whatever it is. So a role does two things, gives me abilities within the system and then abilities to the records within individual vaults. All right, I'm going to save this role that I just built, and then I'm going to build another role. And I'm going to use this template option again, but I'm going to use a different template. I'm going to use this one called Creator Reviser. Again, it needs access to the same life cycle, but you're going to see here that this template doesn't give me quite as many abilities as the doc control template did. Right, so let me put that in there. Okay, this is going to be, and I'll just put CR for Creator Reviser. Just like I mentioned before, I'm a lazy typer. Who's going to be in this? Well, I'm going to put Braden in here. And we're going to have Mike. And we need Shane. you know what, I'm going to use one of my other user accounts in here too. I've got an account that I made just so I could plug it in as a creator reviser user, which will also be in here. But these are, again, you're just expected to write new documents or revise existing ones. So when I show you the roles, notice under documents, a few, right? You can see it in tracking. You can start new approval tasks. You can sign off on it when the time comes, but you cannot do some of these other things, like you can't go build new workflows, and you can't just, you have to follow the template. You have to follow the rules we set up. And under portal, even fewer rights. Like you can, portal search, you can see this search bar up here. That's what that one does. Well, let's look at the vault rights. This is where it gets more interesting, I think. So, for example, the archive vault, oh, look at that. You can't even see the archive vault. You don't even know if there's documents in there or not. You won't be able to see it. What about draft? Well, yes, I do expect you to be able to create new documents in there, so you can do that. And you can search for them and find it. Of course, you need to be able to edit them because you're part of that collaboration, but I'm going to not give you the ability to change the number. You can't go mess up that field for me. You can't delete it either. If you create a new draft and then later decide, oh, never mind, we don't want it, you have to contact document control to go delete it for you. How about the release vault? Well, yeah, you can see the PDF. You can do a search for that document, and when you find it, you can see the PDF. You can even download a copy of that PDF, but that's it. See, you can't edit release documents or approved documents. You certainly can't create new ones in the released vault. They have to start in draft and then go through the approval process. All right, I'm going to save this one too. Let's see. I didn't mention this field here. This is not one I expect you to use very often. A role owner, what that means is, like, if I put my name in here, so this is the account I'm currently logged in as. If I put myself as a role owner on here, that means I am the only person that can edit this role. Even though I said Marianne's a system administrator in this account, by making myself the owner, she can't edit this one. So if I go on vacation and then somebody says, oh, we got a new employee, put them into that creator reviser role, she can't do it. She has to wait till I get back. So not something you use very often. I mean, there's a very specific use case of when you would do this, and it doesn't happen very often. So that little startup company I mentioned working for, they were paranoid about their IP documents. And there were like 5 guys in the whole company that could even see those documents, and they knew they needed to get them into master control, but so they came to me and they're like, can you set up vaults that we only have access to? I'm like, yeah, no problem. And then kind of in passing, one of them goes, can you see them? I'm like, of course I can see them. I'm the system administrator. I can see everything. Like, oh, no, we don't like that. And I'm like, look, I've got the sysadmin password. You cannot keep me out. That's just the way every computer system is that way. Somewhere there's an admin account that can see it and do everything. And they're like, well, what do we do then? And I'm like, you made me sign an NDA. I'm not going to go spill the beans on this. But yeah, that was what I ended up doing, was creating a role with those 5 people in it that could only see, they were the only ones that could see those vaults, not even the doc control manager. Like, because I did not make her a role owner, she couldn't see the role. She couldn't add herself to the role. So that's how we locked it out. But I'm like, even if I read your documents, I don't have the background to understand what it's doing. But anyway, I'm going to get rid of that one. No role owner. I'm just going to save it the way it is. Let me do a quick search for these. Okay, I've created 2 roles. I'm going to create one more just for the purpose of when I build this workflow in a second. I want to use a role as for a specific step in that workflow, and that is going to be the approval. And I'm just going to copy. Actually, I'm going to copy this role right here. I'm going to use that little double piece of paper icon where it says duplicate that role. And I put the word copy at the end of it. So now I'm going to get in and edit it and just say, okay, it has all the same rights. It even at the moment, it still has the same people in it. I'm going to change it. Actually, I'm going to leave you guys in there. I'll just add myself to it, my other account to it. The only reason I'm doing that is just because it'll make it easier for me to demonstrate it when I build my workflow. But also, I'm going to call this my approver role. Probably the name should have been something like lab director or whoever's doing that final approval. But the point of this role, even though it does give some system rights, my real purpose in building this is just so I can plug it into a step in the workflow. So roles have two purposes. A, give some abilities or rights within the system. This one is so I can say, I've got a group of people, their responsibility is to do the final approval in the SOP workflow. So you might build a few roles where their sole purpose is just so you can plug them into a particular step in the workflow. So multi-purpose, they give abilities to the system, and also this one is going to give a responsibility to do something. So I will save that one. Okay, so there's my 3 roles. Roles, this is something that's going to take you a while to really get proficient with it and really wrap your head around what it can do, or at least it did me. It took me a few months of working with them before I really felt like comfortable where I was like, oh, what does this do? Why am I doing this? So fortunately, you guys have Marianne that you can lean on and ask these questions to. Okay, now let's go back to where I had to push pause there. Let's go back to building our workflow here. Okay, so I'm back on the Documents Hub. Here under Workflows, I'll say New. Plug in my name. I should probably have copied and pasted this. This would have saved me a lot of typing if I had. Again, owners, they have a lot of oversight on it, but they're not performing the collaboration step or the approval step, but they can see who is, and they can even change it if they need to. But I'm going to say, so here at my owner, I'm going to type in 14 June, right? So there are the 3 roles I've created. I'm going to say document control. They're going to be my owners. This down here, originator roles. This is saying who can initiate the process of using this workflow. Who can send documents on this workflow to get them approved. Now, if I leave it the way it is, and I don't add any roles to it, that means everyone can use this workflow. You can send any document you want down this workflow. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I prefer to limit it. And I'm going to say, well, you must be in that creator reviser role to be able to do that. Everybody in this role, I've trained them. They know how to do this right. And I trust them to be able to use this workflow appropriately. So if they haven't been trained on it, they're not going to be in this role, and then therefore they won't be able to use this workflow. Here's that business units thing that I said I'm going to ignore, and I will. I'm going to click done on this. So really all I've done up to this point is give my workflow a name and say who can use it. Well, the individual steps I still need to build here. Now, step number 1 is going to be a collaboration step. Little pencil icon right there indicating we can edit. We can make changes to the document at this point. I'm going to give it a better name than step 1. Not much better, but a little bit. I'll just put SME collaboration. Do I want this step included on the signature manifest? When people view that PDF of it, do I want it to show everybody who was part of the collaboration? This is not best practice. This is just kind of Randy's opinion here. I don't like showing that on the signature manifest, but it's up to you whether you want to do that. I just chose not to do it on collaboration steps. On the approval step, absolutely. I mean, you need to be able to see who signed off and when they did it. So I feel like it shouldn't even ask you whether or not you want it on the approval steps, but you know, it does. But I'm not going to do it here on this collaboration step. Notifications. When somebody signs off, how do you want the system to handle that? Do you want it to, you know, resend an email to all the collaborators? Randy just signed off on this. Okay, well, maybe that's helpful. Or just the ones who have already done some work and done their own sign off on it. Or do you just want them to notify the originator? I always try to keep notifications to a minimum. And I'll show you an example of why here in just a minute. And collaboration. I feel like this one, resend task after each red line, is basically the same as this option. So why both of them? I don't know. I couldn't answer that. I can't remember who asked me this question before. This option of, do you want to, all those red lines that we created, every iteration that we uploaded, do we want to keep all of those after approval? At the genetics lab, we chose no. We were like, we just want the one that made it through. Also because we were limited on database size. And so this was something we could do to not just save every single copy, even the ones that didn't get approved. Do we want to keep those? Well, we chose no. We said shred, but only when the workflow is completed. In other words, after the approval has occurred. All right, I'm going to switch to user/role permissions here. So now I'm saying, who is performing this collaboration? Well, I could name individuals here. Best practice would be to assign this to a role. Because if you name users, what happens when those people change position or leave the company or something like that? If they're listed in, 10 different workflows, now you've got to go to each one of those workflows and manually remove them from it. Whereas if we assign it to a role, like say the RJ14 June CR role, now whoever is in this role, well, they're going to be part of this collaboration. And if they leave the company, I pull them out of that role, they automatically get removed from every workflow that they're referenced in. All right, I'm also going to add what it calls a special user down here. So I'll click that link, add special user, and I'm going to choose originator. And then I'm going to say, what are their permissions? Well, the originator, they're going to be the leader of the collaboration. Everyone in this role, well, I'm expecting you to give your input. You are my subject matter experts, but you can't take yourselves off of the collaboration. You can't add anyone else to it. You just need to give your input. Now the leader can both add and remove. If I change this assign permissions option to add only, that means everyone in this role could go say, oh, we recognize that Rebecca needs to be a part of this. They can add her to it. They can't remove anybody, but they can add additional people as they see fit. All right, I'm going to say done on that step and add one more. This time it will be the approval step. Again, I'll give it a better name than step 2, which I'll just call final approval, or APRV to abbreviate it. Definitely want them included on that signature manifest. Now, because this is the one and only approval step of this workflow, by default, it becomes the final approval. But if there were multiple approval steps, you'd want to say those, before we got to the last one, they would be intermediate. But I'll say this one's final. And when somebody approves it, what kind of notifications do you want to go out? Does it need to notify every single one of the approvers when somebody signs off, or just the originator? Or, you know, again, this is, so I've got this set for, I only need one signature to approve it, but if I had like a majority or all, then maybe that's where this kind of previous approvers becomes useful. I'm not a huge fan of sending out notifications on approval though, because I feel like that's noise. I mean, when you launch a document for approval, you're assuming it's going to get approved. Do you need a bunch of extra notifications when that happens? Maybe. I try to avoid them though. Well, on rejection, that's another matter. Yeah, I probably want to make sure the originator knows it got rejected. If there were other approvers on it, yeah, probably the previous ones. But yeah, you've got that option. Do you just need, because I'm going to assign this step to a role that has multiple people in it, do I just need one of them to sign off? Do I need it to figure out what a majority would be and calculate that number for me? Or do I just literally need every single one of them to sign off? And when they do sign off, what about the comments field? Do I want it to be a required field? Do I want to disable it or just optional? Now this is on approval, right? If you reject it, the comments box is required. You don't even get an option on that. It is required. You have to say why you're rejecting it. But this is comments on approval. My preference is unallow here, because I had somebody who used to make comments like, well, I'm going to approve this, but I still disagree with section 5.2. Like, and then an auditor saw that and was like, well, wait a minute. His comment makes it sound like he should have rejected it. I'm like, yeah, sure does. We're shutting off comments now. All right, and finally, user/role permissions. Who is doing this step? Again, I could name people, but best practice says I should pick a role. And it just so happens that I've built a role for this purpose. That's the only reason I even built that role, was so I could plug it into this final approval step. And what about the people in that role? Do I want to give them, if I leave them at normal, that just means they can sign off. They can't add anybody, they can't remove anybody, but I do have those options. Modify step is both add and remove. Add only, obviously, you can't remove anybody, but you can add additional approvers to this step. And special users was the same options we saw before. I'm just not choosing to use those. All right, this is my very simple approval workflow, which I'm going to save and close now. If I had forgotten to plug a role into one of those steps, I would have got a warning up here saying, hey, you know, you forgot to assign this for somebody to actually do it. And it would not allow me to do this, which is enable it. So would you like to enable? Well, of course, if I want to be able to use it, I want it enabled. But let me show you the real world example. Since that was the simplistic example, to the best of my recollection, this is how we approved documents at the genetics lab. Very first step, right out of the gate, document change request. And that's where that required field you guys saw in collaboration, where you had to put reason for change and description of change. That's what the change request step was. They had to input that, and then QA or whoever was assigned to that step, then they could either approve or reject it. I always thought that was weird though, because I'm like, do they ever reject a request to change a document? I mean, they can. I don't know why you would. But yeah, that they insisted on we have that step. I was like, I don't like it, but I did it anyway. And then it went to the regular, subject matter expert collaboration. They did their changes. After that, it went to me or my group, document control, and we just did a check for, if they'd put pictures in there, was it a giant picture? And, sometimes we'd have to shrink it down to the appropriate size so it fit within the margins, things like that. But we were just checking to make sure that they hadn't, done something screwy, that they, filled out all the fields and had they used the right template, things like that. Document control signed off, and then it went to, this is the first approval step. So that little check mark indicating it's an approval step. You can either accept it or reject it, approve or reject. Those are your only options. But see this blue line here? What this is indicating is it's a parallel step. So the document, digitally, it's like it splits in two and lands on the desk of two different people at the same time. And so QA did not have to wait until the department managers were done, and vice versa. It was just something we did as a process improvement, because prior to that, it went to QA, and the document or the department managers had to wait until they were done before they could even see it, and then they signed off. But this way, it just sped up that process a little bit. If any one of them rejects it, it automatically goes back here for more collaboration, but they had to sign off. When they did, this eyeball icon indicating this isn't actually an approval step. It's just kind of like a speed bump in the process. It's just long enough for my training people to go in and make sure, was everything appropriately set up for training? Was there a course? If there was an exam, had that been set up? Did it, maybe they needed to go update the questions to reflect the new revisions to the document, something like that. Just gave them a chance to do that. This wasn't captured. It wasn't part of the signature manifest or anything like that. It just gave them the ability to do that, so that when the final approval occurred, it just automatically went out to all the trainees, and their job was already done. Nobody was waiting on them. But the final approval, this was done by the lab director, of which we had 3. And what we found was lab directors were busy, and they weren't getting documents approved in what we considered a timely enough fashion. So this little blue line right here is indicating what we call an escalation step. So what would happen was it would land in the lab director's inbox, and if they didn't do something with it within 30 days, on day 31, then it escalated to the associate lab directors. And the associate lab directors, I needed a majority of them to sign off to approve it. I only needed one lab director to get a document approved, but if it escalated to the associate lab directors, I want to say there were 5 of them, so I needed at least 3 to sign off. If any one of them rejected it, of course, it came back here to the beginning, to the first collaboration. But again, it was just another tool we utilized. You don't have to use escalation steps or these parallel steps, but it was something we thought was going to help us with some process improvement and just getting this done faster in a more timely fashion. And the last one, when that final approval did occur, just send emails to people saying it was done. Again, this goes back to that. I don't like modify or these notification steps, because in fact, even internally in master control, I used to get notifications all the time because I'm part of the services department. It would be like, a new services SOP has been approved. Well, if it was relevant for me and something I had to train on, I'm going to get a training notification anyway. And if it's not relevant to me, I don't care, and I don't even want a notification. So I have, overly strong opinions about using those notification steps. I don't like them. I mentioned that earlier, that you can disable the comment box if you approve. The reason we did that was we had a department manager that would make that comment of like, I'm going to approve it, but I still think this, it should say this. Like, no, either reject it back and let's fix what you want fixed, or just approve it and shut your mouth. So we did that on here. This is an intermediate approval, and I said unallow, no comments. Your approval is the only comment we need. All right, but that's a pretty real world example, and master control's best practice for workflows is to keep it between about 5 and 7 steps. That's usually where you get the most efficiency in there and still get, you know, adequate cover. If you've got more steps than that, I mean, you could build more, but probably you've got an opportunity for process improvement in there somewhere. So that's why we say it's between 5 and 7 or 8 steps, but you know, you can build as many as you feel are necessary to get the job adequately done. Okay, I'll cancel out of that. Last thing I've got to do to have a working document configuration is build the packet type here. All right, so in my journey of configuration here, I got info card types and subtypes, faults and life cycles. I built roles, I gave rights, I set up the numbering, built the custom fields, I've built the workflow. Last one here is packet types, because organizers and document templates are optional. I don't need them to have a working configuration, whereas all these other things, I do. I must have them. Okay, so now I went to Portal, under Configuration, click Document, or Packet Types, excuse me, Packet Types, and I'll build a new one. Have to give it a name. Jeez. 14 June -SOP. All packets need a number. I'm not going to build a new numbering series just for that. I'm going to use an existing one, which is right here called packet numbering. Now, there's lots of workflows in this system. Look how long this list is. Yeah, that's pretty long. Well, I'm saying this packet type is only going to be used for getting my 14 June SOPs approved. So I don't want my end users seeing this giant list of workflows. I only want them to see, but you can't guess which one, the RJ 14 June SOPs. So that's what I'm going to highlight. Now I could optionally say, okay, for getting your SOPs approved, maybe, depending on the situation, maybe you use this one or this one, and then so it makes these 3 optional, and the user has to pick one of those 3, but they don't see the whole giant list. And if I only select one, not optional, that's the only workflow they can use. And that's what I'm going to go with. And I'm going to save it this way. Before I do, I'm going to switch to what we call an advanced packet type, just to point out that, I mean, you can add a ton of detail to these packets. Like you can say, you know, only show me those where it has a change request step on it. And, you know, do you want them to be able to edit at that point? Do you want to make the due date? In fact, do you want to make it required? Or do you want it enabled at all? That's for collaboration, of course. A few more options in there, and I'm not going to choose any of these. I'm just going to point out that they are available. Like if you still have a paper-based, like non-conformance system or something like that, you'll have to build a workflow for using that. And then you can set up some custom fields to help you disposition out, where you say something like, you know, you build a custom field saying, do we need to make a regulatory submission based on this non-conformance? Build a custom field for that. I just say yes or no, something. You can do that option here. Also, you can even add sections to it. I've got a screenshot of this right here. So kind of these 6 check boxes right here, just kind of file away in temporary memory for a second, some of those labels. What it looks like is when you create your packet type, let me make that big enough humans can read it there. So you're sending a document for approval. The packet looks like this. It automatically gets a number. Task name is usually going to be the document's title. But remember on my info card type, I could have set that up to autofill there. I did set the instructions. We'll see that in a second. In this case, what are the workflows? So whatever I highlighted up here, that becomes visible in the drop-down list. So for that workflow named obsolete, see there's 5 steps in it. Here's that change request, proposed changes and reasons for change. They are required fields there, part of the change request step. And down here, task options. See these tabs, risk assessment, verification, validation, regulatory affairs assessment. That corresponds exactly with these checkboxes right here. So if you want on your packet type to just ask these questions, is there a regulatory affairs assessment, and make a comment about why you did or did not do that, you can include it on there. I'm not going to go with any of those options. I just want to point out that they are available. This is something that you will have a conversation with your configuration consultant about, whether you use these and where they become helpful. I suspect you will use some of these advanced options. I'm just not doing it in mine. In fact, I'm going to switch back to basic here and then save it. Okay, I think I should have a working configuration here. This pink arrow telling me, you know what? You still got a few. You need to go back to info card types and fill in those blanks for vault and lifecycle and numbering and workflows and packet types and all that. So I'll do that. Before I test this out, I'm going to go back to portal, under configuration, back to info card types, do a search for mine. Whoops. And I'm going to open up the type or the parent, knowing that it will push it down to the child type. So I'm going to just edit that one, but fill in that blank. So earlier I said that product list, drop-down list I made for products, I said make it a required field. So now it's here. Life cycle. Well, I need to go find mine, which I can do just by typing in there. Okay, there's my life cycle. That's the one and only life cycle I'm going to use. Maybe I will now at this point turn on that info card owner automation option where I'll show you that, but I'll use one of my existing roles. Whoops, that's why I won't find it. Roles. There we go. RJ 14 June. Go. What numbering series? Of course, I want the 14 June series. Initial revisions still there. So task name, I'm going to leave that blank. Instructions, I'll show you where that pops up. And finally, packet type. Use the RJ14 June packet type. Save. There are no existing info cards, so this question that's popping up is not really relevant, but this is because I clicked that box up there that said update the owner field. So it doesn't matter what I choose here. There are no existing ones, so it's not going to do anything with them. But I've saved it. So what I can do here, and I'm going to log in as that Randy CR account to demonstrate this. Because this user account has different rights. See, there's my Randy create revise. Oh, somebody's put me in a role that gave me a ton of portal rights. This happens to me occasionally. What I was going to point out was like, look, I don't even have any portal rights, but somebody put me in a role that does. but I can still demonstrate what I want. So down here under documents, what I'm going to do is create a new document of that using that configuration that I just built. So I say new document. What kind? 14 June SOPs. Oh, it has subtypes. There's only 2. I'll just choose engineering. I don't have any templates here, so I have to upload the document, but had I used that document template thing, it would have just given me a template and I wouldn't upload here, but I'll just see if I've got a random document here somewhere. Yeah, there's one. How to make apple pie, of course, sitting on my desktop. Just upload that one. Continue. Now look what it did here. Automatically put the number in there for me. Started with revision 0. It selected the correct life cycle for me and even put it in the appropriate vault. So really, as a document author, all I have to do is give it a title. How to make apple pies. See, it put me as the author, but I said use that role as the owner. So now the whole group of us are listed as the owners. Maybe we're the ones that do the that 36-month review. Once
Hey,
I click
Randy,
save.
I gotta take off. I got a pretty hard stop, but hopefully we're just wrapping up and I can catch up with Marianne later, but
Yeah.
I've got a bolt.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate you hanging in this long.
Oh, no, I
And have a good
appreciate all the
weekend.
info. Yeah, you too. Do the same, everyone. Thanks.
All right. Now I'm going to click save, even though if you've got a sharp eye, you probably notice there's an asterisk there on custom fields, but I'll show you what happens. It's required. So if I try to click save now, it's like, hey, you forgot something. Well, that's the whole reason why I made my product list required, was so you can't just forget it. You have to pick at least one item. I'll take the first 2 there. Oh, and here's that optional custom field where it's got a list of departments with what I think are Japanese characters. That's interesting, but it is optional, so I don't have to use it if I don't want to. In fact, I'm going to leave it blank. But now that I've filled in the required custom field, I can finally save this thing. And it's still in draft. I need to get this approved. Well, I'm going to launch a packet up here, use that rubber stamp icon and say, send it on a new packet. Look, it just, my packet type filled in that number for me. Since I left the task name field blank, it just grabbed the document's title and shoved it here as the task name. But the instructions pulled that from the info card type. What workflow? Well, that's the one and only workflow. I can see that there's 2 steps in it. I can even see who's assigned to perform each one of those steps. But at this point, all I have to do is launch it. And I'm going to go to the My Master Control page. Here's my tasks. Oh, there it is in the collaboration step. How to make apple pies, where I can, upload my changes, do all my collaboration in Word. Maybe I'll turn on track changes here. Oh, because I grabbed that one that already had it. That's what I get for choosing a random document off my desktop, because it still had all that from the previous one. Yeah, that's my fault for uploading that as the main file. But look down here under members. Remember I assigned this to a role, and I put all of you guys in as members of that role. So now I'm the leader. As the originator, it made me the leader, and it just made the rest of you optional members of this collaboration. All right, and of course, if I sign this off, it'll go to the approval step, but we've seen all that. And I still need to show you guys the training module in Master Control.
And that's
But I
what Shane's been waiting for.
That was what he wanted.
Yeah, that's what Seamus wants to do. Well, he'll
Oh,
have to watch
crap.
it on his own. Hey, Randy,
Yeah.
are we about to change topics then? Is that?
Yes.
Let's see if anyone needs a short break.
Do you want to do it? Let's do it. Is 5 minutes still good? I mean, we can do longer if you want. We can't do an hour, but we can do 10 minutes if you want.
I personally don't need a break, but if one of the others do, then what do you guys do?
Okay.
All right, well then let's keep going.
All right, yeah,
Well,
let's get this
Randy,
done with, right?
So what is conceptually packet? Is that like a change control packet that's being launched just so that you can collaborate and modify and revise and approve a document?
So packet it's kind of like a wrapper around the whole thing. So usually in the case of a document, it's like one document, right? But it could be a whole group of items that all need to go down the same workflow and have the same people approve them. That's all packet is. It's just that, carrier piece that's saying grab a document, carry it through the process. And we added some details to it, like, number the packet, limit it to just a specific workflow, things like that. So it's just
Okay.
an extra tool to kind of simplify it for our end users, especially if you've got like my system's pretty big and has tons of different workflows in it. That can become overwhelming very quickly for users. So it's just another tool to help us simplify and automate the process. But yeah, I think of it as if workflow is the road, packet is the vehicle on it, and then the individual document would be the cargo, I guess, or maybe the passenger of that vehicle or packet.
So you could have like an SOP, Mike, and then maybe 2 new forms that could come in. They could all go and route together.
Yeah, technically they could all be part of the same packet. And I say technically because most of the time it's like one packet, one document. Most of the time. But yeah, you could, if you had an SOP and a bunch of forms and all wanted them kind of bundled in one packet, definitely you could do that. Any more questions before I shift gears here to training? And this won't take us terribly
Wait to
long.
do training, since Shane isn't here, or just let him watch the video?
Sorry, Marianne, you broke up. What was your question about it?
I said, do we wanna wait, for Shane so that he can ask Brandy, or just want him to watch the video?
I think it would be better for us to proceed, and Shane can watch the video and take note of any questions that he has, and we can arrange something later if he wants more.
Okay,
Yeah, and he's also welcome to contact me if he does have questions too. So.
thank you.
All right, now as far as training, I'm going to show you the kind of the big 3 components of it, which is courses, exams, and job codes. There's a lot of other things that could be done with it. Like this is a scheduling tool, so you could, like, if you want to schedule on the job training where you have to go to a physical location and watch a demonstration, there's tools for that. I'm not going to show you that piece. I'm just going to show you an example of like document training. In fact, that how to make apple pie document. What I'm going to do is set up a course for it and show you how Master Control does the training. Well, before I do that, actually, I'm going to come back here. I've got a training task waiting for me that somebody else sent me here. And this is indicative of how training tasks typically look. they all have, there could be some variations on this, but typically this is what they look like, where first thing you see, so from my task list, I just clicked on that training task right there. This one is also how to make apple pies. But it across the top, you've got this list of icons. The blue letters indicate that's the one I'm currently looking at. Green means I can move to that icon, but these that are like black text and they're kind of grayed out, I can't do them yet, right? I have to at least view the materials before I can sign off. But on the introduction, it's just some, kind of generic information about, why am I doing it? What is it? If I needed to go to a location to do this training, it would say that here, but this is just saying it's computer-based, it's workstation. But really all I have to do for this is read the material. In fact, even in the instructions right here, it just says read the document and sign off. So where is that document? Well, that's under materials. There's only one document here to read, but I'm going to click on that PDF icon and view that. Here's, well, not just apple pie, this is French apple pie. But I read this document, now I know how to do this. I need to read this SOP as part of my job. And so now that I have read it, now notice exam over here has turned green. So I'm going to click on that one. Now this is really the only way to confirm that I did in fact read it and do understand it, is to ask some questions about it. And if I can answer them successfully, that would indicate that I read it, that I understood it. So ingredients of French apple pie are, geez, I'm going to say peaches are not. I don't know if that's actually, that kind of sounds amazing, apple peach pie, but I'm going to say that's an incorrect answer. But this is an example of a multiple choice question. This is an example of a matching question where you see the value on the left and you just drag and drop the one on the right to it. So I'll say flowers white.
So I noticed it says this exam is open book. I believe when you popped up the PDF, it showed it in a different browser tab. So I'm assuming you could have left it open and flipped back and forth between the two tabs.
That's exactly right. That's
okay.
what open implies. And of course, the opposite option is true. You could have made it closed book, so they have to read it and then close it before they can, it must be closed before they attempt the exam.
So master control it's smart. It has some logic that knows if it's open or not.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it infallible? No, I'm guessing I could figure out a way to get around that particular
Sure.
thing,
Yep.
but you really have to try. There's white here, and I don't know if that applies to sugar or flour, so I'm probably going to get this question wrong. And okay, so butter's yellow. Okay, maybe sugar's brown. Hopefully I get this right. We'll find out. How many cups of sugar? Geez, I have no idea. Place in alphabetical order. Apples, butter, flour, sugar. True or false? Apples are from France? Well, I lived in Argentina for a while and they had all kinds of apples down there, so I'm going to say false. Well, lucky for me, that's still a pass. Now I could go straight to the sign off. I'll show you the overview step just to point out here. As a trainee, I rarely looked at this because the overview step kind of just tells me what I already knew, which was, well, I knew I passed the exam. It's going to make me retrain on this annually. Well, that's fine. It's not like I need to go put it in my calendar to remind me or anything. Master Control sends me an email when it's time to do it. So I don't care about the retraining. I can see that I took the exam once. Had I failed it, I could have got 2 retakes out of it, but I didn't even need it. So why even have this here? Well, here's the real reason. If you've got a training where they need to upload, like if you had an essay question in that exam, or even if this was like, if people had attended a third-party training, if you want to set up a course for that and they just upload the certificate that they, now they've completed that training, this is where you could capture it in master control. But unless you're going to do that upload right there as a trainee, I always just went straight to the sign off, because this is a critical step of it. You must sign off on a training task, regardless of pass or fail even. This is the thing that signifies to master control that you're done with training. And if you don't sign off, it keeps the clock running, saying, because I only have, like, I think we set this one for 15 days before it becomes overdue training. And until I sign off, that clock is running. But I got this one on time and I'm signing off, with my electronic signature. It puts in the status of course complete. So I sign off, save that. It went down on my permanent record, as they used to say. If I want to look at it, I can find it here under my training folder. But again, as a trainee, I almost never looked at that because it showed me training I've done. And any new trainings are going to show up here in the task list. So I just never looked at it. But how did we set that up? How did it know to send me the task and what document to get on that? Well, that's what we're going to set up here under courses. Now, the good thing about Master Control's training module is, even though it's using all those tools we've seen before, like InfoCard, there are InfoCard types for courses and job codes and trainees and exams, but we don't have to go into the portal and configuration to build them. They just exist. Master Control built those for you. So you're not going to have to, there's very little configuration work. There is a lot of detail work, like data involved, but you don't have to go in and set up faults and life cycles and InfoCard types and all that stuff. We just get to use existing ones. I'm going to create a new course, because this is really the heart of Master Control's training, is this tool called the course. This connects whatever the materials are involved. Materials meaning, is it a document? Is it a video? Is it a PowerPoint they have to watch? It doesn't matter what it is. Course connects that with the people. So because it is using those same tools of info cards, every info card you have to say what type it is. There's only one type available for my courses, and that's this one. So I'll just say continue. So I'll point out by going to the information tab. See, it's still just an info card, but this one is specific for holding courses. So it got the course numbering series, and they always start at revision 01. It gives you the illusion that you would revise a course. You don't actually ever do that. It always stays at revision 1. Even though over time we may update the details of it, you don't actually go through that process of creating revision 2 with courses, unlike documents. Documents, you revise those as many times as you want, but the course just kind of lives forever. The thinking is that it's kind of like English 101. Well, I went to a different school than you did for English 101. We had different textbooks. We took different exams. We had a different instructor, but it's still English 101. And that's kind of what this course is. This is going to be the course on, the apple pies. So I'll put apple pie in here. Whoops. Not how you spell pie. All right, and most of the, well, not most, all the work is going to be done here on this second tab, just labeled course. Well, right after I get done saying all the work, I'm going to switch to attachments and links, because I got to make a connection between this course that I'm building and the document, which I do here under links. So the document already exists in Master Control, and I just need to connect it to this course. So I'm going to say, show me all the released info cards of this type. That should be a short list. Oh, I haven't done the approval step of that. That's why it's saying there's no records found, because it's still in draft. I still have to do the last step of that workflow, and I forgot to do it. Let me switch to I'll do the one I did yesterday. That should have at least one document in it. There it is. Oh, it was caramel apples. Okay, well, we'll make a correction here. So I'm going to make a connection between the caramel apples document. That's what I'll make this course for. Instead of apple pie, it's going to be caramel apples. Description field, I'm just going to paste the same thing in there. Category, this is a drop-down list that you have total control over. Everything that appears in it, you get to decide. I'm just going to arbitrarily pick general. Where are we doing this training? Again, another drop-down list that you have control over. I'm going to choose workstation. It's computer training. They don't have to go anywhere. They don't have to go to the kitchen to learn how to make caramel apples, because this is just a read and understand type training, and I'll say that in the instructions. Please read the linked document and sign off. How many days do they have to retrain on it? If so, what's the interval for it? It defaults to annual, but you could set it to whatever you want. The other option would be you want it to occur on a very specific date, which I don't think I ever actually used that, because we always wanted the rolling calendar, because, you know, one trainee does it on January 13th and another trainee did it on, you know, August 1st. So, you know, they only needed to do it once a year. So usually that rolling calendar is the most appropriate one. If there were some extra instructions, like if they,
Like this is where your T-train stuff will come in handy.
So by rolling calendar, you mean the 365 days from the time that the individual trainee completes the course?
yes.
So if we release training tasks 30 days early and somebody is ambitiously doing it on the day they get the task, then they'll actually be training once every 11 months.
Well, it's 365 days from whatever day they sign off. So, you know, if they sign off on the 14th of June, that means they get it, what is it, technically the 15th of June next year? Or is it I don't know, I'd have to count that.
Okay.
But you bring up a good point here. Okay, let me show you something here. There is the potential for a gap to exist for trainees due to no fault of their own. Down here under this field that says due dates, or due days, how many days does my trainee have to complete this training task? I'm just going to pick 15 days. Also, because I want to be able to do some easy math here. So trainee has 15 days to get this done. If there's a verifier on it, like the supervisor has to verify it, something like that, I'm going to say they also have 15 days. Supervisor has to verify it. Well, if they sign off on June 1st and the system says they've got 365 days before they do it again, bring up my little drawing tool here to illustrate this. So June 1st counts up 365 days. Next year on June 2nd, I guess it technically would be, well, 365 days later, they get a task. I've also said they have 15 days to get it done. Let's say they take the full time. I mean, I've allowed this. They're not overdue. I told them they could have 15 days here. And the verifier also takes 15 days. Well, if my math is correct, which it seldom is, that's 395 days. So what we recommend you do here is actually roll this back, that you add up however many due days you allow your trainees and how many possible verification days, and just subtract that. Whoops, I got to get that drawing tool out of the way. Just subtract it up here. So 15 plus 15 is 30. If I just knock 30 days off there, then I still give all of my users the time that I, probably our policy says that they have, but now I don't accidentally fall into a compliance gap because of it. Now, does this mean that they're technically training slightly more than annually? Yes. Is anybody going to notice or complain? Yeah, doubtful. Is that where you were going with this, Mike?
Yeah, because the other side of it is if you have the compliance gap that you're talking about, an FDA inspector is going to complain about that.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so it's not annual. Your users could do it every 13 months. So so every 12 years they're only training 11 times instead of 12. And that's the kind of conversation that would come out of it. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally see an inspector asking that question. All right. I'm going to scroll down here because I'm kind of running out of time here. Fill in a couple of these required field. Course manager, and I'm just going to set myself as the course manager. I'm going to leave, notice trainers is not a required field, so I'll leave that one blank. Well, trainees, who needs to do this training? Just so I can easily demonstrate this later, I'm going to put myself as the trainee, but actually the better option here is instead of naming individuals, it would be to assign it to a group. Now, a group of trainees that all have the same training requirements, that's what we call a job code. I'm not going to assign that here because I want to show you how to build a job code before I do. So instead, that's why I plugged myself in here. Best practice is to assign job codes rather than individuals. But since I haven't built the job code, I can't show you that yet. Same with exam, another chicken and egg scenario here. Until I build an exam, I mean, I could pick one of the existing ones if I wanted to, but I don't want those. They're not relevant to caramel apples here, so I don't want those exams. I'll show you how to build one here in just a second. There is this pre-exam tool. The idea being if you can achieve a high enough score, you can like test out, you can skip the rest of the training. I think that's one of those tools that nobody actually uses. I've never seen a customer actually use that. I'm sure they exist somewhere. I just haven't worked with them. Some launching options down here. This is actually a gate. Like you could shut the gate, say I want to disable all training. Why you would do that? Again, I can't imagine, but you can. This lets you set up a variable gate where it's saying, let's say I send out training. I've got a couple of people that are really diligent and they get in there and they sign off on their training immediately. And then I realize, oh, you know what? I need to make a change for this. I send out the training before I had built the exam. Do I want to make those people that signed off on it 10 seconds ago, do I need them to redo it just because I forgot the exam? Well, maybe. I mean, if I do need them to retrain because the exam was a critical piece of it, I could just resend it to them. Or I could choose this option where it just says, you know what, just wait till the next scheduled retraining occurs. Now, if any new trainees get added to this, like if they get included on that job code up there, well, of course, they've never done it, so they must do it. But yeah, that's just kind of the just in case scenario. I used that a couple of times, usually when I was, well, it was because I forgot to add the exam. I'm going to deselect this option that says training task verifier required. That is relevant back to this field right here, the course verifier, which I said is the trainee supervisor. If it's read and understand training, do you actually need a second person to verify that they trained? I would say no. But on the job training, task verifier might be something that's really useful. Like that whoever was the trainer, maybe they should verify that they attended training. Do I want to make this course elective? Do you guys have like continuing education requirements or anything like that? Well, if you do, this is a scenario where you might use elective
Yeah.
training.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean,
Well,
you're not talking about refresher training. You're talking about something different.
truly optional training. So
Okay.
at the genetics lab, we were CLIA certified. And
Gotcha.
one of their requirements was our lab techs had to have 10 hours of continuing education, 10 credit hours of continuing education every 12 months. And so we built a whole bunch of courses. They were just videos that they had to watch, but a whole bunch of courses on different topics, and we made them all elective. And they could go through and see that list of elective courses and just pick the topics that they thought were interesting. And they just had to make sure they did 10 within 12 months.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
We
But if you
don't have that currently.
Okay, then yeah, you probably won't use this elective option then, but you can say make it elective, and if it is elective, do you want to have the supervisor weigh in? I mean, hey, if you make the caramel apples course elective, everybody's going to want to take that one. Maybe, yeah, maybe we need to limit it and say the supervisor has to approve it. Do we want to require that the trainee at least looks at the document before they sign off? Seems like a good one. Probably leave that one checked. Do we require that they upload a file with them on that overview step that I said I never looked at? Well, if you need them to upload something, now you can make it a required piece of it. And this show material change description on the change request step of your document where somebody filled in, it said describe the changes. That's what it would show here. Units, goes back to that elective thing where I said I created a unit that I just called continuing ed, and then I could assign a point value to each course, or rather a credit hour. So I could make a course and say it was worth 1 credit hour, and I used that units piece to do it.
So that last checkbox allows us to highlight to a trainee that this training is being issued because this document was recently changed, and here's a description of what was changed.
Yeah. So maybe they only go read the sections that changed or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, last thing I'm going to look at here, this field, it just says when the document that this is linked to, when it gets approved, do I need a person to come in here and look at this course and manually reapprove it? Like maybe they need to just look through and make sure everything's still current and up to date. If you need a human brain to do that, you can turn on manual. I always set mine to automatic. I just wanted when the document got approved, and that's also why in my workflow I had that step built into it, because that's where we did the check to make sure the exam or the course rather was up to date. So that we could then, once it did get that final approval, master control was set to automatic and it would just fire out the training. We didn't have to wait for anything. Just did it for us.
And like what we talked about earlier with SOP reviews or document reviews, if we approve an info card and launch training in the middle of a 365-day training cycle, then that 365 days will start over. That count starts over at the new approval.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Yeah, so it's always going to recognize when revisions occur and know, oh, nobody's trained on this new revision, so I got to punch out training tasks for them. Okay, I'm going to save all those settings I just put in there, all that data.
What if we want to release the training at some day in the future rather than immediately? Is that the manual part, or is that
No, in fact, I'm going to show you that right now. That was
Okay,
a
great.
perfect segue.
Great.
Because I want to point out that this course is still it's in a vault called the course draft vault, right? Now in master control, when something's in draft, it means it's not ready to work yet. So it's not, at the moment, it's not doing anything. It's not sending out tasks to anyone. So what I have to do as the training coordinator, now instead of sending this through like a really formalized approval workflow like you have to do with documents, I'm going to use this tool called Quick Approve, and I'm going to just saying on my authority as the training coordinator, I just want to turn this course on. So I have to put in my electronic signature, it'll get released, and also I could set it for a future date. So Mike, your question was super timely. But yeah, if you don't want this to go out until next Friday, yeah, just set that effective date in the future. No expiration date. This course is just going to go, you know, forever, pretty much, till we retire the whole document. But I'll say submit, you'll see it make the change from draft to release. And that's like the big on switch for everything in training is once you quick approve it and get it into a release status, now it's going to send out training. In fact, I was listed as a trainee. I should have just received a task for this. Let's see, there it is. Caramel apples. Notice there's no exam on this one yet, right? I just have to view the document, but I must view it before I sign off. I'll build an exam here in just a second and show you that, how it will be added, but okay, there's my caramel apples. So now I could sign off, which I'll do later, because before I do that, I want to show you what the exam looks like. I mean, you did see an example of a finished one, but as far as building them, right, same thing as before. It uses an info card to store the exam details, and every info card has to have a type, has to live in a vault somewhere, it has to have a number. So it automatically did all that for me, gave me the next exam number, right? So here's all the info card data, but yeah, that's going to get, I don't even have to look at it if I don't want to. I just have to give my exam a name. Apples to apples. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. How many retakes do you want to allow? And this is truly retake. So if I say 2, it means the first time they take it, that's not a retake. So in total, they get 3 attempts at passing the exam, the initial plus however many retakes I say here. Yeah, here's that pre-exam thing, which I said I'm going to ignore because kind of nobody uses it. Here's where you could say, is it, sorry, go ahead.
What happens if they can't pass within the number of retakes? Does it get escalated or something?
Yes.
Okay.
So they have to sign off on it, just like they do if they completed it successfully. They still have to acknowledge what happened. But what it will do, instead of just, going into their training folder as completed, it goes to the verifier so that they see, oh, Randy failed the exam 3 times. With the point being, they should come help me, or at least ask me why couldn't you pass the exam? Like, well, the exam was impossible to pass. I will neither confirm nor deny that I have created an exam that no one could pass. But I did. Open book or closed book. If you choose closed, then you can also set a time limit on it. So it runs a timer, and at the end of 10 minutes, you're done with training. I don't like that option. Also, my philosophy is I don't care when they get the knowledge, just so long as they do. And if they have to go back and look up the answer because I asked a question they didn't know, fine, I'm good with that. I do have an option here to randomize questions, which I'm not going to turn on. And it will allow you to do something kind of cool where you can say, let's say you've got a pool of 10 questions, but you only ask 7 of the 10. And it puts them in a random order, and that actually works well in conjunction with the closed book and the timer, because now Like if you've got 2 or 3 trainees taking the exam all at the same time, now they're not getting the same questions, certainly not in the same order. And the time limit, I guess the idea is prevent them from doing like a internet search or something, to find it. But yeah, again, I'm not a huge fan of those. I do kind of like the randomize, but I use that quite a bit. But it's optional, you don't have to use it. And then finally, you'd switch to that questions tab. There are 5 question types: multiple choice, true or false, matching, numeric, and sequencing. And we saw an example of each one of those in that training task I took earlier. But if it's multiple choice, ingredients are of caramel apples, you know, and I can say, how many possible answers are there? Whoops, click plus. And I can have more than one correct answer, so it is truly multiple choice if you want, but you just put the values in there. Down below, you get a couple of other options. This description field, I think that's kind of funny. It says optional. Well, if it wasn't, it'd have a little red star next to it. Also, this description field, this is the only place it's visible from. Like the trainee that takes the exam is never going to see any of the text written here. So I guess you could use it like, I fixed this question on this date or something like that. You could use it that way, but I've never used that field actually. Required fields, or rather required question. This kind of goes back to that randomize tool there. If you're, if you've got a pool of 10 questions, but only asking 7, you could say, this one must be one of the 7. And also, is this question so important that if they don't get this one right, that they just fail the whole thing? I wasn't a huge fan of that option either. And display embedded media, it just allows you to see an image, which I'll show you how to upload here in just a second. At the moment, there are no uploaded images, so when I click on that, the drop-down list is totally empty. Do you want some pop-up text if they get it right? Do you need to give some sort of affirmation, I guess? Good job. Could do that. I don't like those just because it's one more button click I have to do. This one I do kind of like, but it goes back to my philosophy of open book. I don't care when they get the information. I just want them to get it. So now if they get this question wrong, I could do something like see section 5 of the SOP. Help them find the answer because I want them to know it. A lot of people disagree with me on that one, but that's okay. Let me show you the embedded media. That's really all you have to do is upload an attachment. Pretty much every standard image type seems to work on this. I haven't done an exhaustive test on this, but like PNG files seem to work and JPEGs work. Here's a picture of chocolate chip cookies if I upload that one.
Video files.
GIF files do work. At least I'm told they work. I haven't tested it, but one of my colleagues said he did, and it worked just fine.
You mean like an animated GIF file?
Mm-hmm. I have not uploaded a video file to it. That may work. The problem is the file size on like GIFs or videos can be huge, and that can create problems. I mean, Master Control is capable of showing videos, but usually you're going to link those in the course. It would be the course material rather than be shown as part of an exam question.
Okay, understood.
But once I have this image uploaded here, now if I go back to questions and that this embedded media, so there I can say, display whatever this image is when I ask this question. True or false, is this an image of chocolate chip cookies? Something like that. Well, I'm going to ask one question in here. In fact, that's the one I'm going to ask. T/F. This is an image of cookies. 1 point for that question. It is true or false. The answer is true because I want it to display the cookies picture. And I'm just going to build that one question on here. But now go back, notice up here it says a passing score. There's only 1 point available, so passing score has to be at least 1. But if you had multiple questions, you could assign any point value to each one you want. And then you can say things like, I typically only ever do 1 point per question just because I like to keep math simple. So if I had 5 questions, each worth 1 point, total points available would be 5, but I could say a passing score was like 4. They can get one wrong and still pass. But since I only have one question and it's worth 1 point, yeah, they got to get that one right. Hopefully they could do that. Oh, and down here, which course is using this new exam that I just built? That one. Highlight it, move it from the list of available into the selected list. This is that pre-exam thing that I said I was going to ignore. So I will save that. Same thing as before. If I actually, to enable this, I have to quick approve it, get it from draft to release. But I don't want to send it through a whole workflow. I don't actually need other people to approve it. Could I do it that way? Yes. But really, I just need to get it turned on. Okay, now that I have done that, oh, also, once you've saved it, got a little preview button here so you can check it out, see how your trainees are going to view this exam. Here's the one and only question. True or false? This is an image of cookies. Why, yes, it is. Correct. That's a pass. Cool. And you can see it's linked to my course. And now that I've got it linked to the course, look what it retroactively, any tasks that are still out there pending, they see it now. Because notice a second ago when I tried to do this, that icon that said exam, that wasn't even visible. It was clear gone. But now I have to take the exam on it. Push the little VCR play button. That's what that thing looks like to me. Answer the question. Gives me my passing score, and then I could go to sign off and complete it. All right, one last thing we're going to look at, and then I'll let you guys go. And that is here under the training module, I want to talk about job codes because I suspect you're going to build a lot of these. Now, the good news is I'll bet you already have built these and just didn't know it, because I bet you've got a spreadsheet somewhere where it says something like engineers, and they have to train on SOPs 7, 14, and 23, something like that. That sound like something you guys already have for tracking your training?
Yeah, we have a database that does that, and we call it job titles, but yes.
Okay, well, yeah, well, all of those will translate very nicely into job codes. But as far as building them, we'll say create new. Yep, it uses an info card to store it. So each job code will have its own unique number, but it's just a matter of giving it a name. And for some reason, description is always required in the training module. I have no idea why. And it's one of those pet peeves of mine. So these would be the caramel apple chefs, I guess. Can you set up like this degrees? This is something else you have control over. And if you even want to use it, I have not actually used this thing because even if you say PhDs, Like only PhDs can be part of the Caramel Apple chef's job code. It's not like master control is doing a check in the background to make sure that that's true. It's just one more field you can search on. And it just wasn't one that I found useful, so I usually left it blank. But here's where we populate our list of everybody that needs to be in the job code. I'll put me in there. In addition to individuals, you could also say, you know what? We've got some roles. Why couldn't I just put that role, in fact, the role I made earlier, creator revisor role, I think we were all in that one. Why couldn't I just plug that in there? And then it makes my management easier. So if people, like somebody gets a promotion or leaves the company, I just remove them from this role. They automatically get removed from the job code. So that's kind of a nice feature there too that I like. Here under curriculum, these would be the courses that they need to train on. So, okay, I'll just grab a couple there. And what competency level? Again, this is a drop-down list that you will have control over here. So mine got a little messy there because I feel like awareness, that sounds an awful lot like read and understand. Why do I have two items here for this that kind of mean the same thing? Because somebody added an extra one for me. But you know, you can set up a competency level where you say first they need to do the training at a read and understand level where they just read the exam or read the document, take the exam and sign off. Maybe you set up another job code where the level is you must perform it with a trainer. And maybe on that one, you've got it set up so they have to go attend a class at a specific location with a specific trainer. And you verify those tasks. So it does give you some ability to do that. Also, you can set up prerequisites like, you know, you'd have to take that apple pie course before you do the caramel apples if you really want to do that. And if you do set up a prerequisite, you could also like have it kind of roll it out staggered. So after you take the avocado toast course, maybe it was a prerequisite and the system would delay 2 days or something before it sends you the next course. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of those. Sometimes helpful though. Also, I got myself into trouble with that prerequisites where I kind of created a logjam scenario where, you know, A was dependent upon B, dependent upon C, which was somehow dependent on A. And so I recognized that training wasn't going out, but I couldn't figure out why. And then I went through and I removed all the prerequisites and this whole flood of training went out. And I was like, oh, great. It was, you know, because I wasn't paying enough attention to it. So I'm a little gun shy on prerequisites now. And this units, that's kind of like that continuing education. If you were going to use units, you could do that in there. But I'll save this. And so those two courses that I checked, apple pie and risotto, right? That's what, for some reason, the caramel apple chefs, those are the two things they have to train on. So this normally, this is going to be a pretty lengthy list, the curriculum of what they have to do. But job codes are great because it's keeping track of who needs to do it, what do they need to do, and you don't have that kind of, what often happens, especially if you're tracking on a spreadsheet or something, it's easy to kind of lose a few things in the shuffle. Well, with job codes, that doesn't ever happen. As long as you know they're in the appropriate job codes. So these are things that have to get, you know, kind of audited once in a while, but as long as you're in the appropriate job code, you're getting the right training. And they're actually job codes, they're fairly easy to build. I mean, it's just give it a name, plug in the people, plug in what they have to do and save it. That's all there is to it. But I feel like they're kind of nuanced in how they work because they are smart. If, let's say this apple pie course, if I've got that assigned to 20 job codes and I'm in 3 or 4 of those job codes, it is going to recognize that and it will only make me train once and apply it everywhere it's appropriate. I don't have to do 4 trainings because of it. All right, what questions do you guys have for me?
So if we have a training course that is on a fixed calendar day, say July 1st, rather than a cycle or frequency, and we edit that document in June, and it issues training immediately in June, will it also issue training, in a couple weeks on July 1st?
I think it actually waits till July 1st to do it. I'd have to test that to be sure, but I think it is a rigid calendar date.
Okay, so even if we create a new revision in the middle of a cycle, it will still wait until that next date?
I think so. I don't know. I would have to test it to be sure, but I think that's how it operates.
Okay.
Might be something you want to test in your own environment
Sure.
too, just to make sure if you do want to use that specific date scenario there.
Sure.
All right, man, that was tight. It is now 5 p.m. I burned up all of our time. Let me give you one more opportunity. Do you have any questions for me before I let you go?
Well, did we get shortchanged on anything, or did you actually cover everything?
Oh, I covered everything. I was in turbo mode there at the end, but I got everything.
He actually did a really good job. I mean, it was like a rocket, but going through.
Wasn't it?
And I think if you go through and rewatch this sections that you want to watch, or even just sit down with me, then we can go through and revisit.
Yeah. Also, one more thing here. So this is the meeting invitation that I sent to you guys. These couple of links down here, this one labeled Document Essentials Learning Path and Training Essentials Learning Path. If you want to see a text-based version of everything I just did, this is it. And you will always have access to these too. So yeah, if you forget every single word I just said, we got your back here. We got a text-based version of it. I'm going to send you the recording of this. If you do have any questions in the future, you're always welcome to hit me up about it. As you get into your configuration, probably your configuration consultant will be a better resource than I am, because that person is going to know, they're going to get to know your company and how you guys do the things. But,
Yeah.
After your implementation, you kind of lose access to those people. That's not true of me. You're always welcome to email me.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
I tell all of my customers that I haven't regretted it.
So when and what is our next education session, or does that depend on Kayla to plan and do that, organize that?
Yeah, that's dependent upon her. I was just kind of flipping through my calendar here, and I don't see anything else scheduled for you guys. Not for me anyway. So unless they scheduled it with one of my coworkers, we're kind of done, at least for as far as documents and training are concerned. If you guys are you implementing like the production records tool or
No.
process, anything like that? No, not
No.
yet. Okay. Then we might be done.
Mike, if you look at the spreadsheet, you'll see there are she's got it outlined on different training elements.
Oh, does she have some others that are still kind of out there?
Yeah, it looks on June 26th. There's building training elements education session. There's let's see, the 22nd, building configuration. Yeah, there are a few more training opportunities available outside of the master control resources.
So if there's one
you.
that's called configuration, are they gonna send you through the same training at a much slower pace again?
Guess
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
not
trying to pull
sure.
up my project management calendar here. Let's see, what dates did you say?
There's
June?
something on the 22nd, it looks like. July 22nd.
Oh, July. No wonder I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
I was looking
And
in June.
then there's something on June 26th.
Okay, so the 22nd and 23rd, I see one in there for my coworker, Stephanie. It says building config docs. She's going to take you through everything I just did in documents, but do it at a much slower pace with the assumption that you're actually going to build along with her. But she's going to make you do that where you build info card types, you're going to build a vault in the life cycle, the numbering, custom fields, all